Good morning. Sorry for the little delay there. I was busy playing around with the layout. Getting it a little bit more AMC leveled out. Since that's pretty much all we do. This was a neat GIF. Here, I'll make it a little bigger. There's your Lambos. Yeah. Not a big fan of it blinking though. So the overnight was meh. There was pretty much no trading whatsoever in the after hours and the pre-market. So Thursdays are generally our best days, aside from Mondays. So if this stays muted, we should see the takeoff start soon. And our takeoff will be similar to one of these. What's the delta? Yeah, we'll just use both. Okay. If we go negative, it'll be similar to this guy. Yeah, which is pretty much all day yesterday. So let's do that. Let's see which one we get. All right, excellent. Little weakness, and poof, off we go. All right. Oh, still good. A little slow start. What's our volume? 4. It's only 4 million, yeah. So we're definitely going a lot slower than yesterday. So we've been gradually slowing down for a week and a half now. Which is kind of expected. At the very least, our mornings are starting to be a little less aggressive. We'll see if the volume picks up in the next 10 minutes. All right. right. Time to get comfortable. Be a long day. All right. So not bad. Got ourselves a mini pennant here. Declining lows, declining tops. This could also be a power shape if it exceeds the red. Yeah, like that. So then this is going to push. If it doesn't get whacked into oblivion, it'll push. So that's not too bad. Anything bigger than that might slow it from going up. But this size or less, the green, yeah, I like that. Green should wipe it right out. Good. Then when it gets over the stick on the left, which is about to happen, it will boost, and up we go. So if you're looking for an entry point, it's now. Yeah, or the first red. If you're going to get one. Still looking good. Now it's basically built up its base on the micro. So now it just needs that little push to get over this line that it really doesn't want to do. Just a wee little wafer. Just un per. But I'm full. But it is just a little wee wafer. We'll shift this line. So we're following this line. And I'll move this line to here in case we decide to go down, which I don't think we will. So as long as we're over those lines, we're doing better. Which means sky's the limit until it starts to roll. So that's a little bit negativity. So that might be a warning of a roll, a pending. Or impending, I should say. Just get the cell warmed up. It's still fine. It's not breaking new lows. Green should push this right back. Then we'll start to see our slowdown begin here. So we should get a little bit more height, and then we slow down in here, dip, and then it's anyone's business. Oh, they're going for it. So then that is your second warning and probably your last one. So if green doesn't push this all the way back, then it's done. Because it broke new lows. Green response was pretty good, but it wasn't adequate. Yeah, she's done. Testing. Let's see. See them by the dip. Let's see their resolve. And their resolve is shit. All right, I'm blowing that sesame stand. I'm out. Okay. Do 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 do. So this is the down. So we're now extra aggressive down. Up and up. I guess I could put that here. I'm just going to make another one because I need a buy-in point. So. So a gap down, which is not good. Okay, where's our low? Do 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 do. So we'll bounce off this line potentially. If we don't, then we're free falling. Volume is 8 million now. Yeah, 8 or 9. I can't see from here. So that's still pretty low. Though 10 by 10 is the old standard, old days. 20 by 10 is fast. So we might get 20 by 10. Especially if we get a green, it will probably have a lot of volume. So this would be a decent buy-in point because it's breaking the trend. But I don't trust it yet. See how it reacts to the line. Yeah, so it stops right on the line. Support and resistance. Oh, yeah. So that little bounce was like, like you could see it. It bounced and red was like, no. And then they broke the line pretty quick. And then somebody additionally added money after the fact. So it got pretty big. Good. Dodge that bullet. Oh, wow. Like McPhee as an antivirus guy? Huh. He went to jail for what? Fraud? Embezzlement? Guess his trial was coming up. You figured he would off himself earlier than that. And he was in a Spanish prison. Oh, Spanish court allowed extradition. Yeah, that's what did it. Okay. That was the push. Tax evasion. Yeah, that'd be it. Rich people crimes. Yeah. Yeah. I just quickly Googled it. Yeah. Well, guess he was guilty. I mean, it sucks, but yeah. At least now they can't prosecute him, right? He's dead. And that's probably why he did it. You know, if his wife and kids are living off the proceeds of crime, by him disappearing, it makes his debtors have to go after his family, but his family's not liable. So, oh, actually, maybe in U.S. law you are. I wonder if RICO goes that far. And maybe RICO goes that far. But anyways, I don't know anything about him. Yeah. McPhee didn't do it. Good times. Good times. Eh, people make their own choices. We can find humor in that. We can have a chuckle. We don't owe a person anything. Still trucking along. Kofi. Good. It's all there. Excellent. Still not trusting this because it's below the white line. Okay. Good. Good. And good. All right. good push, but a little early, I think. Okay, so these are our trend lines so far. See how it reacts to this line. If it's mild, then that's your buy-in. Yeah, getting in. Okay. So it was mild, so they're going to push. It might get rubber banded, but then it should probably continue for the next 15 minutes or so. Why was he muted, my name? Are you butt killing people again? I think she killed another person. Hide your kids. She's got. My name's Butts murdering people. Well, judging by the unquick reply, this might be the case. So kimchi, I don't know. It still looks like it's going to go down, but we should go up before the down. We were looking good yesterday because we stabilized, but I do feel there's an inherent weakness under the surface. So we'll play it tight and see what happens. Judging how she hasn't replied yet, I think it's her butt. Although I guess I'm on mute. Or she would have been responding to my voice. It was a butt. You killed another one. Oh, that was great. Man, you... Oh, it's pocket this time. It's not the junk in the trunk causing damage. It's now claimed another life. Still think this had a bit of a more of a run. I'm thinking this is short-term negativity. But if it gets any lower, I'll have to get out because then it will turn into real negativity. Because that little spurt of energy was pretty strong. And it's kind of a little early to be fizzling out. Yeah, it was just a timeout. It's all right. Vixter gets the title. And so it's Cedra and Vixter have now been victims. Good times. I'm sure Vixter's still here. Nothing personal. I got in right here. Just before it went over this white line. So right about here. So I'm going to have to bail if it goes any lower. Because then that will turn into a bit of a drop. Yeah, here we go. This isn't a good green. Then I have to get out for safety. And it doesn't look like it will. Come on, green. Give us a bounce. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Nope. Red is getting mad. Look at the volume increase. Green's pushing back, but it's not capable. Oh, someone just bailed with a bunch of money. See that slap? They're thinking the same thing as me. Yeah, this baby's gonna free fall if green can't do it. Come on, green. Give it a good push. The old college try. Not bad. Staving off damnation, but it's still not that strong. It's getting slapped. We're going to need a lot more volume if green thinks it's going to go up. Come on. Yeah, you got muted for 5 minutes. All right, fuck it. I got to get out. This ain't gonna end well. So I took a $400 loss. Yeah, no big deal compared to the next. So that was 2.5%. Yeah, and if we go down, it'll be another 1.7. Because now we're just batting with the line and green's not showing any ability. So if we keep struggling, we're going to get murdered going up to 1030. Actually, I could just leave the screen like this. If it shows promise, then I can get back in on the push back up. Yep. Yeah, after that white line, the next one is probably 53. So here, 53.80. Possibly here. Definitely there's one here. So. Do. Of course, show some strength once I sell. Safety first, though. So this is probably a miniature dead cat. So it'll probably end up like this. And if it can't break this channel, then it's going to turn and flump. Do. And actually, I can just take this and put it there. Since we know the support line is probably the likely turnaround point. Ugh. Punch the microphone. Yeah, very close. Yeah. We're getting close to 10:30, so the negativity should start weighing on us. Excuse me. Rip. So that was indeed a dead cat. Yeah, the way that came up and then showed weakness, I was like, if it can't get through the line, it's going to be just like this. Can't get through the line, roll. And it was the same time pattern too. So you go up, 1, 2, crash, go up, 1, 2, crash. And that's showing the people's patience. It's like 3-minute patience. If it doesn't show promise in 3 minutes, we're out, which means you have to do everything on the 2-minute scale so that you beat them to it. Yep. Do. So we'll probably get another bounce, which might follow this line whenever that happens. Any green, as long as it doesn't go over this line, is just a continuation down. They're technically going down a little too fast as per today's standards. So there'll probably be a little green in here to correct it. Make the algos happy. Plus all the dumb money that doesn't understand support lines just see dips and buy them. It's like, yeah, but you're between, you know. So there's all that chestnuts. Oh, good push. So there's probably a support line here. And this is the bounce off of some intermediate line. So what I just said about people not knowing the support lines, case in point, there was one that I just didn't have, you know. So the smart money, smarter than me money, was buying off the line, right? It still doesn't make a difference in the grander picture, but, you know, you could have scalped a couple of pennies, which, you know, it's important for them. We can go and verify this line. If anything, it's a little higher. It's right about here. There's one here. One here. I think I mentioned this yesterday. Where's the chop we got to get through? Was it yesterday? No, it's further back. There's the chop. Okay, so that was a while ago. Irrelevant now. Okay, and then there should be another one out here. Yeah. So chop is just zig, 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 but flat. And in that case, it's like there's like, I don't know, 10 support lines, right? Sometimes. So this curve is also, it ends up being kind of sticking points because there's so many peaks and valleys. And then we go to 51. Geez. 51.17. It's going to be the fear of God into people once we get that low. $6 drop. It's trying to get over this line. So I wouldn't buy in just because we're close to 1030. And the risk of a turnaround increases as we get closer. It's looking good, though. Yeah, but for safety, I'll just stay out. Another good push. All right. Still looks like it's going to try to get over that line. Okay. So we're just testing this line to see if we have the resolve to go over the white line. And if you see at the bottom with the seconds chart down there, or actually there, you can see the red has got superior volume. So it's not looking good for green, but that doesn't mean green can't just come out of nowhere with the volume. Yeah. Because that's what's required to usually get through a line is a sudden change in volume. So in this case, we're trading at 20, 30,000. I think it is every 5. There's a push of volume to counter red's sell off there. But yeah, red's in control. And you can see the volumes died here at the bottom as well. So yeah, because the actual height of this is really all that matters. The actual numbers don't matter. It's the relative height. Well, I mean, the numbers matter at some point, especially when you make new highs. But you can use the second chart below. It's much more accurate. This is the 1 minute chart. Yeah. And actually, to be exact, that's the 5-second ticks. But if you're watching it, you can see it update per second. Where our minute chart updates per second as well. Just less accurate. So, failed to break that line. Volume is reducing. Except for that push right now. They're going to try again. That's good, solid volume push right there. Jesus. They're just going ham now. Now we wait for red to wake up and just wreck it. Red doesn't wreck it. We get in. Green's running out of steam. Red's not able to crush it, though. It's 50-50. Who's gonna win? Money's on red. Oh, green's coming in with the volume. That looks like green's gonna push again. Green's using a ton of volume, but it's not getting anywhere. This ain't gonna last. If you see the seconds, it's nothing but green. But notice how it hasn't moved? So 50% or less is red. So green's just flooring it, but red is equal. So it's like, no. So eventually green's going to run out of cash. It's possible red will give up. But if nothing changes, green should lose. Because it'll eventually run out of steam. If it gains steam, it can overwhelm red. Jesus, we're not even moving. We're like literally flat. Oh, we're starting to curve. Everyone get to the exits. See if there's a rush to the door. Not yet. Leveling out again. Interesting. Green's not giving up the fight. Red is slowly trickling down. But green is trying their hardest to hold it up here. We're getting close to 10:30, so this party should stop soon. Line's giving a little bit of support. Red's losing a little bit of steam now. Now we're back to 50-50. Red's pushing. Green counters. And red responds with nothing. Half-ass. Now the struggle is real. One of these has to win. We can't just keep going sideways. Now red and green are both going to take a dirt nap. So we're basically in a mini pennant here, which is also indicative of the volume slowdown. There's a mini pennant here. That's another, I should say wedge. It's another indicator. If you notice the volume starts to consistently drift down, you're most likely in some form of wedge or pennant. So basically it wiggles back and forth, but it gets slower and slower and slower as it coils the spring, and then it bursts out with a large amount of volume. But because no one's winning, we're forming a pennant. Yeah. And we could go a true pennant. Oh, that's going to be a breakout. A true pennant should probably go from the start of the stick. Now this is right on the line, so even though this is likely a breakout, it's hitting the support line, so it's basically, you know, boosting into a wall. But the good sign is if it could get over this, then we have a good chance of a gap up. Might be worth the risk in buying in. You know what? I'm gonna fucking gamble. I'm a degenerate. All right. I'm gonna take a gamble on that. So I just got in on that red right there. I'm gonna try. Balls. Not looking good. Actually, let's get the true bottom here. Horizontal ray. There we go. So it bounced off the bottom line. Jeez. That's dangerous. But you can see it needs to make a fucking decision. So it's running out of runway here. Okay. There we go. Nice push. Excellent. So the early heads up on the pennant played out perfectly. Yeah, it was a little dangerous there because I was expecting it to go sideways and then break out here. But I guess the combination of the line, it tried for a breakout and just fucking couldn't do it. But luckily it wasn't enough. But now that we're over this line, we should continue into the 57 whatevers. Excellent. That's why you gotta have patience in this game. At least 3-minute patience. At least for AMC. But yeah, that was close. Going the wrong way there. Okay, so we can reuse this line. We'll keep this red line here as a support. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Oh. Okay. Good. Looks good. Do, 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 do. If this can get to here, 57.35, we should be okay. And the boost would happen at 57.47. Red's unhappy, but green is countering, so that looks good. Burning out some of the negativity. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Red's trying again. Green is countering weakly. A little bit of a push. Red's getting kind of aggressive. But this is what, 10:30 now? Yeah, that's why. We're in the 10:30 dip. Yeah, I lost track of time there. Because I'm like, red is definitely showing way more aggression than it was. And that's probably because we're in the dip, but green's holding it off, so it's flat versus being big and aggressive. Yeah. So I'm going to bail if we get over that white line. And then I'll get back in when we start going up closer to 10:55. If green can't hold off red's aggression. That was nice. Yeah, most likely overkill, yeah. The only thing we have going for us on Friday is we might get early Fast and the Furious numbers. Definitely Monday will be decent. Unless we get some form of buy on rumor, sell on news. It was just an oversell. Let's see if it holds. It's partially holding. And we're going over the line. All right. Let green do a little bit of a push. See if we can get us back over the line. Oh. All right. Time for this little guy to bail. All right, I'm out. This is going to get bad. I'll just wait till it's safer. So hopefully we get a very pronounced dip. Then that's our buy point. And then we hope that it tries to go neutral for the end of the day. So we'll go up 2% or something. Get a few more dollars in the bank account. Because it's a marathon, not a sprint. So that red line represents our previous danger line. So it's not going to be good when we crash through that. So this is the bounce off the line, which is expected. And then we see how quickly red reacts to it. And then that tells us how angry red is, the sentiment. If red doesn't do anything, we might try recovery. Looking at the seconds chart, green's dumping a lot of volume. Red is not, at least not yet. This might hold. Still has to get through that line though. It's pretty rare to bounce off one line and fly through another. Generally, bounces don't have the strength because they're just a reactionary response versus an intent. So this should get wiped out by red. And it did. It should finish this size or bigger. And the next one can be green afterwards. But yeah, you generally don't bounce through a line. Not unless people have gone crazy. Which is why it's not impossible, it's just quite rare. You need some serious FOMO for that to happen. Excellent. Like a clockwork. So same thing here. You generally don't bounce through a line. So we'll have to stop here for about a second or so. Then we can break through. Because technically we were already here just 2 minutes ago. But we did just retract off a line. But I would give it at least, yeah, a second or so here. There's the pushback. Now we can go through the line. So green had its chance to push us back. Red said, go F yourself. And now red should mount the offensive to get through the line. Oh, green's fighting. There we go. Look at that. Easy peasy lemon squeezies. Whoa, chimps? Connor needs a slap down. Oh, have time watching the wife. Remember, no red, green candles.
That's a good push on green, but I don't like it. A nice power shape too. If we keep resting on this line, maybe we'll go up. Because red did try to mount an attack over the line. Green just smashed it. I think that's too much exuberance. But maybe the market has changed, right? Doesn't matter what I think, the market will tell me what's true. So if we rest here, or better, over the line, then I think we'll launch. But I think that red or that green push was just a little bit of FOMO. But we'll see. Well, we're over the line now. There we were over the line. Yeah, I think we might try for a push. So essentially what we got here is a wedge. Right? There's your wedge. So if it breaks this line, right, it's building its strength. And because we don't have two data points, we don't know where the breakdown point is. So as long as it holds this line, we just keep redrawing the wedge, right? Because we know the bottom. So that's going to coil the spring and eventually bust up. So it's a little bit of a risky play, but you could buy in on any of these reds, sell if they get close to this point, but if they get over this point, you're guaranteed some money. Yeah. Especially the longer we go. Too late. Yeah, and that was the risk. I wasn't feeling this, but, you know, it doesn't matter what I'm feeling, right? So, yeah, if we would have maintained up here, then, you know, if this pushes back to here and we keep going sideways, then, yeah, that'd be a buy-in signal for me. See green's reaction. Jesus, green really likes buying on this line. Like, crazy support here. Oh, I might have ran out. Seconds chart, it just so showed it. It dwindled out. All right. So far, so good. So we're really fighting with this red line is what we're doing right now. Now we're coming up at 10:55 is right here. So in the next 5 minutes, we'll have our buy-in point, hopefully. All right. I'm going to leave this bad boy on auto. I got to quickly use the washroom. Turns out eating 12 bags of chips, wrecks your internals. I'll follow along on the YouTubes, and I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Didn't miss much. Nice push from green there, but one last hoorah. Yeah, I was watching it on 1080p on the phone. It doesn't look too bad. The layout's pretty useful. And I can see why people like the big number, the 5645 that's now in the bottom left. That way you don't have to look at your phone too hard. And somehow the black turns white. I've noticed the time keeps turning white somehow. It's like it refreshes itself once in a while. Super annoying. All right, so we're just waiting this out. I guessed it was going to bounce off the line, and it did. And it bounced in a predictable, whatever this is, angle. Looks like it's going to be another channel day. Now, if you remember yesterday, we were looking at the Bigham pennant, right? Which I don't really like as a pennant. But you see now, we got the indecision, right? So now, because we've gone up and we've gone down in the today and yesterday. Where's our bottom is what I want to know. Okay, we're still miles away from it. So the 28th, if I recall correctly, was kind of the getting tight point. And if we use, say, this, which is not correct, but let's just use the delta of this. Yeah, and then that lines up with the first pennant. That one we knew about. See, it wiggled, and this was the breakdown. It wasn't dramatic, but it essentially broke down. Then it basically came back into channel. So that's this guy right here. Okay. Whoops. My bad. So now if we take this guy and that guy. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit tighter. So the 28th, because you see how much we wiggle in a day? If we keep the same thing up, by the 28th, our bottom's going to start hitting. Now, if we use the tops, we're basically batting against the tops. Pretty close. Yeah. All right. Well, it's anyone's game. So there's the 25th and there's Monday. So if Monday's a good day, we're getting there, right? Now that all depends if we keep wiggling, right? But if we crash, especially if we get over under this white line, you can see how close it is to this pennant that I still don't really put a lot of faith into. So you're still going to get something when you cross this white line because you're breaking new lows, if you will. And then that's so close to this theoretical pendant that that's going to spell disaster, basically. And it does make sense that you have a rising bottom. If we don't go over this line, but we stay along it and we just go like, 7 days along this white line for some magical reason, that's pretty much a guarantee to go down, because you're below the average, you're touching the bottom, you're not going up. And so that green line represents that as well. You have to keep showing some type of upwards motion daily, or you're going to start a downwards. Also, someone's hammering like 2 inches from my head, apparently. It's great. So... All right. Well, anyways, we at least got those back up because I keep erasing them. So we'll let this party roll out. Okay. Fun. I'm going to mute just so you don't hear the hammering. No headphones for me. I don't listen to noise. So I could put safety headphones on. But it's all good. So we're just letting this run its course. So these are bouncing off the lines as we go down. And as long as they don't level out and push, then you can just ignore them. It's just like this one here, that one there. Bounce, 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 bounce. So this is our cat who's dead, but he's just bouncing off the pavement till he runs out of inertia. And this is really bad for green, because as you have each of these bounces, you're burning off your energy. And so eventually it's just going to go red, 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 because you're burning out your potential push. If they would have let this just go straight red, then pooled all their green together, they could bounce back and then, trigger FOMO, hopefully. But because they're using all their energy to stave off the crash, they have to hope that red runs out of energy and then they can go up before they do. And technically red has infinite energy. So good luck with that. But red could, stop playing or let it go up because they'll sell at a higher price. Because really, ultimately, red, if it's not short sellers, it's going to be people that are fearful that it's going to continue down. So if there's no fear, it goes up basically because no one would sell, minus the 20% of people that are short sellers. But short sellers won't get in if they don't think it's going to go down. So you could argue they're trying to drive the stock down, but realistically, they're just going to profiteer when it looks bad. They're going to make it worse. And when it looks too good, they're going to slow it down. And that's really their play. They're not going to try to get in why it's going up, because why, right? They're going to get in when it's already up in the clouds. Like Elf there. Could have made 25% on Elf overnight. So, anyways. Ahoy, Zeus. Wow, you missed a few good buy-ins earlier. I got nailed here, but I got all the other ones. All of that. And that's yesterday, I think. Yeah. So I got this. I got dodged that. Got hit on this one. And then I got this one. And I've been out since. Yeah. Because, yeah, I wasn't looking good enough to get back in. But, yeah, well, if you can't day trade, I wouldn't get in. Yeah, so you're doing what I'm doing, Howard? Yeah. Yeah. Once you find there's like an inherent slope, like some of it's a little bit overfitting, but you can see there's clearly something here, right? Like these lines match. It's like, yeah, there's something going on. And so that represents the slow burnout portfolios, a slow drain on the market, whatever. But yeah, it's interesting when it comes up. Yeah. Right now, it's not looking good. We're $3 away from $6 drop. So if we go down $6, we're basically relatively toast. If we see 40 by the end of today, Friday is going to be one hell of a bloodbath. So if you can't day trade, it'd probably be Friday night I'd get in for the Fast and Furious news on Monday. Probably be my play. Yeah. Oh, I have quite the craving for ice cream right now for some reason. Half tempted to take this on the road. You just won't get to hear my lovely voice. Yeah. Well, as long as you get enjoyment out of it, right? That's how they make their money. But I mean, Tokyo Drift, it was ahead of its time. It's definitely good. They need to bring back Tokyo Drift. Especially now that, replacement Paul Walker's toast. So a replacement Paul Walker could easily do a spin-off, right? I'm sure we'll see a Tokyo Drift 2 eventually. Because drifting is definitely impressive to watch. Like, that's... Racing cars, cool. Drifting within a millimeter of hitting something, that's Takes some fucking skill. I mean, that's why we all watch The Italian Job, right? Yeah. Well, and I think Tokyo Drift also, it's the same thing that makes Cyberpunk good. It's that mix of Japanese mysticism and the whole like Oriental feel, that high tech but industrial. And Japan is really like Soviet level industrial mixed with high tech. It's very weird dichotomy. And so it's like you got concrete on concrete and then ultra new neon or ultra new LCDs mixed with, 1980s neon. And it's like, oh, it's so weird, but it really gives a nice aesthetic. And then they go off and have like wonderful gardens, cobbled roads, ornamental fences everywhere. And it's like, it really has that merge between nature, technology, Soviet Union, and high tech Japan. So it's a cool blend. Yeah. Definitely one of my favorite themed areas outside of Chernobyl and the frozen in time Soviet Union. I think that's a really good. What the hell would that be? I don't know the word for that. Realm of stuff. Can't remember the word for that. Yeah. Because it's not a theme or a style. Genre? Ish? Don't know. Anyways, so yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, and I think that's why Firefly did so well and Blade Runner did so well. Even though it's they merged that kind of sense of high tech with a western and high tech with exploring a novel but familiar culture that is both forwards and backwards at the same time. And it's like, you got something there, Japan lives in the past. They're horrifically in the past, but then they're also on the bleeding edge of technology. And it's like, what a dichotomy. It's really, I'm not a writer, but I could write for days on that topic. Like, geez, it's interesting nonetheless. Oh, that's awesome. So I have you to blame for all the awesome sci-fi. Yeah, I've been to Tokyo. I shouldn't be talking about their car scene since well, maybe I did because there is some interesting stuff, but that's not really my draw for going to Tokyo or Japan. I did cities. I don't know what provinces I was in, but I did Nara, the island of the deers, Hoshima, and I skipped Okinawa, or not Okinawa. Sorry, that's the islands. Osaka, because I wanted to spend more time in Kyoto and Tokyo. So I started in Tokyo, or I started in Chiba, but that's the airport basically. And then spent like 3 days in Tokyo, went off, hit all those places, and then I came back because Tokyo, you could spend a lifetime there. It's much like New York City, at least, or Manhattan, I should say. But Manhattan, though, I went there because I'm like, oh, Tokyo. And then a year later, I'm like, you know what? I'll go local. So I go to Manhattan, and then I'm like, I walked Manhattan Island almost to the Long Beach-ish area, or whatever that place is called, Long Island. Like, I walked right, and I'm like, what the frig? I look at Google Maps, and I'm like, the fuck, this place is small. Like, I just walked right out of the city, and it's like, what the hell? I expected it to be so much bigger, but it's like, it's tiny. It just looks big, but it's not. And the same thing with Tokyo. You can walk out of Tokyo in like 5 hours, if that. Like, you just keep walking. It's less than 30 kilometers, 38 kilometers wide. So, just walk, and it's half of that, and you're out. And it's like, what? Everything in Canada is so spaced out. Like, the city I'm in spreads over 38 kilometers. The district that this city sits in is probably well over 100 kilometers wide. So it's like, that's 8 hours of walking, and you see nothing but dirt and trees. And it's like, yeah, where Japan, you've walked through like 50,000 microcosms of unique society every 10 steps. It's like, so what a difference. But yeah, I didn't find Manhattan too, like, I guess the blocks all have their own culture, but really it was like, okay, this is a block of scuzzy buildings and garbage all over the place. Okay, more garbage. Oh, there's the old school steps that everyone sits on. Oh, there's Harlem and the super racist church. Oh, there's the famous Apollo Street, a Macy's across the street, a soul food kitchen. Walk another block, there's some condemned buildings, but ultimately it blurs all together. And it's like, it's neat to see all the famous landmarks that are pointed out in movies, but ultimately it was like, ooh, Wall Street. Wall Street has a amazing energy. Like, just you can feel the money. It's so good. Um, and yeah, pretty good. Battery Park, there's so much history in the colonial provinces. Um, Boston, same thing, right? You know, Battery Hill. Um, but anyways, yeah, it was neat. Just small, very small. Yeah. Oh, where's my order entry screen? Let me check. Oh. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Why did that glitch out? Yeah, I'm sitting waiting for a buy entry. So that should have been. Yeah, so that's currently what I'm sitting on. Yeah, I'd be more worried about my account number as well, but it's not a big deal. Um, but yeah, I'm just chilling, waiting to buy back in with my 21 grand. Yeah, yeah, I just killed it. Yeah. Don't know why it decided to latch onto that window, but it's all good. It's all good. I'll probably nuke the video afterwards. But it's not the first time my account's been shown.
So it's all good. Damn it, Barry, you cursed us. I'm wondering if I can go and get ice cream before the stock actually goes anywhere. Wonder if my health will let me get ice cream. Kind of feel like I can do it. Oh, Barry. We're just bouncing between the lines. Yeah. The yogurt ice cream's not bad. It's not, I wouldn't say it's definitely better than ice cream. But if you can't taste the difference between ice cream and frozen dessert or ice water or ice milk, then yeah, the yogurt one definitely tastes better. It's creamier without the actual fat. But if you had real ice cream, you cannot consume anything, you know, because the difference between cream in your coffee and milk in your coffee, it's that nasty ass watered down. Oh, yeah. I think lactose is still there. It's not lactose free, I don't think. Lactose is milk sugar. So the only way you get rid of milk sugar is you have bacteria eat it and convert it to broken down sugars. So it tastes sweeter because it took the complex ish sugar chain and broke it down into a simpler sugar chain. Or you, what's the other way you can do it? I think you can chemically nuke it, but the bacteria is cheaper. Yeah, it's all good. So this is a nice push. Don't know if it's gonna hold. Don't count your chickens too early, Barry. You get a little bit of a boost when you break a line. But we've been definitely working the channels today. We hit one, we bounce off it. This is looking good. But the real test is when it hits that white line. Nice, Barry. I didn't hear no line. I remember a wise man once said something about not counting your chickens too early. Guy's pretty wise from 3 minutes ago. Oh, now I know what that window was. That window was supposed to be for oh wow. There we go. That's what that was. So it latched onto the wrong window. Now we're fixed up. Okay. I think I might try to make an attempt for ice cream if my health will let me. So I'll switch over to YouTube chat, put me on mute, and we'll leave this on auto. Shouldn't take me more than 20 minutes round trip. If the stock's not doing anything, I might walk around Walmart if my health will let me. But I'll be right back ish, give or take. think we should be good because we're going into 12 o'clock. So I think we're going to trickle down, hit the bottom white line, bounce again, then roll, I think. And then 1 o'clock, we might get our push. That levels us out 4%. And then call it a day at neutral, maybe. Plus, then I can avoid the hardcore drilling. It sounds like hardcore farting. All right, I'm back. That's why the chart didn't look so well. The second time it was dated backwards. All right. There we go. Geez, that took a while. Don't know why it's acting up today, but good. Yeah, so I was checking in as I was walking through Walmart, and I was stuck at around 12 o'clock. So the chat was updating, but the video was in the past because I'm like, we should have come down, and it was just pushing up on the 11:30 run up there on my screen, and I'm like, something's not right. Yeah, somehow I got stuck in the past. All right. So I'm back, now armed with ice cream. Now I just have to get into my comfy pants and assume the stock trading position. So you managed to do about 2% there. Yeah, 1.8. Yeah, it's kind of my thought is that if we don't test new lows, by 1 o'clock, we'll start to do a run up and we'll attempt to go neutral by end of day, giving you another 3% coming out of the hole. Well, we'll see. All right, comfy pants and be right back. All right. Yeah, that's a nice push. Definitely warm out there today.
Ooh. That might be a breakout push. See how red responds. Okay, that's all us. We're trying to do a run on what? Just random nothingness. Still waiting for red's response. And it's a shitty one. So red's doing okay on keeping it down here, but it looks like it's going to try. But it won't get too far. It'll hit this line and then it has to fight again. So this is the one that's going to probably trigger the kick to the balls. If this doesn't, then I'd get in because clearly there's been some type of news. Maybe the Fast and the Furious pre-numbers or something. There's no response from red. All right, I'm going to get in on this. I don't know what's going on. I got to sit up for this. All right. Everything's warmed up, ready to rock. So red finally woke up. As expected, it should have got some pushback by that red line. That momentum was a little fast, though. It was like, maybe not. I don't know what caused that run up. Now that it's over, I'm guessing it's nothing. If it would have kept going, like blowing through lines, it would have had to be a good news article or something changed, right? Because you don't just have a 180 gas pedal flooring unless it's done by the market. But we didn't see any movement in the market. So then it has to be something for us. But since it teetered out on the second support line, it could be nothing.
All right. At least we have an idea where the support and resistances are now. So this is not a pennant. It's going to be a channel. Or it could be a wedge if you give it a flat top. Actually, it could be a wedge. Just a really long one. So next time we come down to the green line, I'll probably get in. And then my risk reward is that if it goes off the green line, then I got all that height again. And if it goes below the green line, I got that next white line. And then if it goes below that, I'm out. Green goblins. Nice. Okay. Green showing a little strength. What's the volume? We're around 10K now. So pretty slow volume. There we go. Get my position back up on the top of the screen. Guess he just finally fucked off. Good riddance. I bet you it was, it's probably he that should not be named. The Dark Lord himself. Yeah, we're getting down to our core 30 throughout the day. I'm going to have to start making that net a little bit more broad. Get some people back. You can tell by the Reddit chat, AMC has slowed down a bunch. That chat used to move so quickly, it would just be a blur. So I don't think it's inherently that people started hating us. I think that just the general hype has gone down. And so our net used to catch lots of fish. Now our net catches, 300 fish instead of 1,000 fish. So, but that's all right. I'm here to make money. I don't really care about the viewer count, but it's good to have, fresh blood in, to have conversations, and it's always fun to meet new people. Helps pass the time. Yeah, it's all good. I'm just waiting for the next person to get banned. It's like the lottery. You laugh, you lose. Or sorry, you raff, you ruse. There we go. It's all good. Actually, when I was walking with it, I almost banned someone myself. On mobile, all you have to do is just hold down on anywhere on the chat screen and it pops up the admin menu. and 50% of that admin menu is banning. And it's like, whoa, I can see how easy this is. I was a second away from killing someone. Yeah. No. I'm not holding it against you. I was just like, whoa. 2 touches, basically. So if you're holding the screen, leg, pants, hand, and you slip your thumb and it counts it as a second hit, somebody's gone. It's like, damn. Either that or you'll randomly promote people to moderators. Yeah. Yeah, it's pin, promote, ban, timeout, and report. So 3 of those are pretty bad. Actually, 4 of those are pretty bad. Oh, speaking of which, is TARDIS here? Guess he's not yet. He gets to do the MOD. That's so easy. Even an ass can do it. No, I meant her ass, not her. Oh dear. All right, so we're going for a second push on what volume? Okay volume. Oh, let me scroll this down. Yeah, see, we're at 54 million volume. So we're almost at 1 o'clock and we're at 54 million. Remember when we used to hit 100 million before 10 o'clock? Like, those were the days. Yeah, we're definitely slowing down. Still 50 million beats those 23 and 15 million days. Oh, kill me. Those were the worst. I've always said my name is a talented ass. Definitely. That ass has talent. You'll have to reenact the scene with the Joker. You want to see a magic trick? I'll just make you disappear from chat. Bam, gone. Anyone else? Yeah, definitely the mod function should be a little bit harder to get to. I agree. But I guess they want one-handed operation, but something a little bit harder than long press. At least flick a switch first. Like activate your mod powers so that you don't accidentally go on a banning spree. We're playing the channels. Excuse me. Oh. Just want to see it a little closer here. Exactly. Yeah. All right. I haven't used this bad boy in a while. Gonna let it play out. Just curious to see. Good push. Ooh, nice push. Now, how does red respond? With weakness. Give it 2 more minutes. See, I'm recalibrating my speed. So red, like on a fast day, right? That would have been green, red, green. Now this is green again. But we know red takes about a minute or two to act up. As tempting as it is to get in on this, I still think red is still waking up. Gotta recalibrate my speed. The volume tripled. Okay, tripled. Yeah, still not buying it, green. Don't know why they're psychotically pushing. Wonder what the impetus is for that. Yeah, not holding. There we go. Can't fool me, green. I'm on to you. Now, if this is all of red's energy, then we're going up. But if that was all of green energy, then red's going to take over. And that's what we're going to see in the next minute or two. If green destroys this red, then that shows red's out of energy and green's in control. If this red goes full, it's the other way around. Yeah, you got it, Augie. So, what kind of fundamentals do you subscribe to? Oh, Lambo's tomorrow. You see, I think the stock market fundamentally works on the concept that the Lambos will be tomorrow. So you just dump all your money, close your eyes, and eventually you'll have a Lambo. It might be just a cardboard box, but you'll have a Lambo. How many people have like lost houses on put calls or option calls? Like, you know, they fade into the background, but there's got to be so many victims of this, AMC squeeze. I know there's a few winners, that's for sure. Well, that's true for a while, Sam. One day that won't be true. One day. Okay, so it's leveling out. So it might try for another push. Maybe I'll try to snipe some of this. Oh, never mind. Spoke a little soon. I was like, it looks like it's going for a push. I was expecting it to level out and then go up, but apparently someone just volume slapped that. Slapped it good. So you'll notice if you follow the stream a bit, I gear up. I see the warning signs or the indicators. I gear up and then I wait a few minutes for it to verify the signal, basically. So there it was like, okay, it looks like it's going to start. Now I need the verification. And then Red just said, fuck it. And then that's the key, because if you act too quickly on the notifications, it's not yet solidified. And so that was just somebody hitting the sell button. You couldn't have seen that coming, but we were in a situation that it could happen because we were so low to the red line. So we needed the confirmation that we're going up to remove that danger. I mean, it could still happen at any time, but generally people don't sell when they're making money. It's when they feel threatened, right? So keep that in mind. Even though I go hum, ha a lot, the action comes a couple minutes later. But it's noticing that you need to get ready to pull the trigger, because by the time that happens, you got to be ready or you'll miss the boat. So like here, if we go over this red line, that's good. If we stabilize over this red line, then we might go for a run, because now we're just reacting to that slap. We're coming back, which shows us that it was an oversell, one person, or just too much too quick. If we falter, which if this turns red, then it will show that that person was not right, but he wasn't wrong. And then that will kick off us going down quickly, because green had no counter to it, didn't care. So there's a good push. How much is the volume? Oh, that's a lot of volume. So there, green, that could have been actually even the same person. The same person that caused the red could have just caused the green, because that was a big volume spike, 10K, which isn't a ton, but it's a ton for right now. Now we need to stabilize over the red line. So we jumped over the red line quite a bit. So if red doesn't like this, it'll bring us right down to the line, potentially under the line. If red is uncaring, right, then we're going to stabilize, which is what we're doing right now. We're not moving. Oh, okay. So it went with the first one. But if it's stabilized, then we have the potential to launch. But yeah, the stock's moving a little slow today. So, but that's usually what would happen. So one person dumped too much money, too fast, too quick. And just like the green below, red is correcting the green going over the line too fast. Yeah. Like clockwork. So you got to see both ways. Oversell and overbuy, and correction. Yeah. And that's why you don't hop in on them, because chances are you're going to get burned. All right, now that counts as indecision. So we're going to build ourselves a nice little pennant, and I'm going to hop in if we come up and start challenging this red. Okay, so I'm getting in. I'm going to play this one. I might get burned, but I'll get out if we go below, like we go towards the green line at the bottom. But we're so close to a breakout, and we're over the red line at this time. Yeah, see, we just gapped up. So that's a good sign. We're going to probably go up. Yeah. Yeah, on the seconds chart, it's plowing up. Yep. There we go. Money in the bank, bitches.
And that's how you do it. Yeah. Now, it's not a lot of money, but, you know, you dodge the dips. It's a good, you know, microcosm on how you day trade. You avoid the falls. You have to avoid some of the gains just to be safe. And then you get in when it's, you know, near guaranteed money. You know, I took a little risk there, but then I got an extra $20, basically. I could have bought when it went over the green line, so like right now, or just as it went over when it gapped up. But, you know, you risk a little, you get a little. I don't think so, Marshall. I don't see really much signs of robotic price fixing. I mean, obviously, there's robots all the time trading, but there's no hard evidence of like a brick wall. We would see that. We would just go straight across. Generally, the machines want to make money, so they catch the FOMO, right? They see the breakouts, they hop in. So they help elongate the lines. Yeah, but remember how much volume was at the 125,000 mark, right? Now that sounds like personal opinion, Cedra. I know it does come from a small place of experience, but you don't know who's buying them, right? So it's more opinion than pure facts, right? Yeah, or what you just clarified with, correct. Yeah. But that's the point I'm trying to make is as much as the volume is an indication, we don't know who or why. And so it's not like a blazing north guiding star for those that may think it is. Yeah. I mean, they're betting, right? They think it's going to go to 60. They're going to try to make it go to 60, most likely, whether or not we get there, right? So, well, I know my stocks. I don't know my options that well. So, yeah, I could probably sell a 60 for tomorrow. But then I would have to lock up my shares if I did a covered call. And I could sell a put, but then I'd have to lock up my money. So what I would want to do is buy a put 60 or lower. Oh, Cedra, you love your covered calls.
Dun, dun. And she is not pushing. But if we can stabilize, then she'll launch. Definitely a paint drying moments right here. So we should get our 1 o'clock push coming up. Good push. Volume. Medium. So it's possible this is going to commit. And I think it just did. Red responds. No. Not yet. Green might have this. I haven't voted just because I haven't got the thing in the mail. But if I recall correctly, I was actually out of the market. I sold the day before, but that doesn't matter to me since I never vote anyways. Yeah, it's quite possible, Cedra. My concern is that we've basically had 4 down days and we're basically just treading water. And history is showing us that when we tread water, we go up if we don't go down before that. So it's possible, but there's that dangerous period where you're going too long, too flat, and you could crash. AMC tends to skip that a few times, so it's kind of up in the air. But if we can keep going flat for a long period, 2 weeks, a month last time, then yeah, we're going to build the floor and go up. But I think we're in the period of potentially going down. We haven't quite traveled long enough for my liking. It did look good about 3 days ago, and then the last 2 days are kind of meh. Right now doesn't look too bad, but we're not going anywhere magical at the moment. The breakout is 61.58. So we still got a ways to go. But who knows? They got 3 hours. They could just keep flooring it. My earlier prediction today is that we'll try to come out to net neutral. So we'll go up another $1.23, possibly go into the green, and then come back down to neutral. The Dow's almost up 1%. Better than yesterday. Yeah. Yep. Although they may be priced in at this time. Oh, damn. That probably explains. Let's see. I guess Biden said that at 12:18. Take a look at X. Yeah. Yeah, somewhere around 12:30, 12:18. How much is that? That's 4%. Definitely priced in though. We go 1 year. It's not on its ultra high though. It might not be bad to buy some X. Geez, it's already proven it can go a lot higher on crappier news. You could double your money, 24 to, wow, it's not going to be 2000 and, holy geez, 195. Fuck me. Um, yeah, like 47's not bad. You're also in a U shape with nothing but positive news. They pretty much beat earnings every time. Yeah, it's not bad. Do some X. Let's ditch Denny's. Let's kill D and put X on here. All right. For X is going to give it to you. Beep, 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 beep. Hey. Denny's is still there. Right there. Denny's is doing 2% today. We're pumping Denny's on this channel. I don't know what triple D was. Oh, 3D software or something. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. X is going to give it to you unless it's after 4 o'clock, unpaid and ununionized. Then X is not going to be there. But Denny's will be there for you. I'm going to reach out to Denny's for a sponsorship because they are in Canada and the US. Look, it's a humble stream, but I can say Denny's like 7 times a day. Eggs over my hammy is fucking good. You don't have to sell it. Oh, man. Who would have thought just a fucking toasted sandwich would be so good? Jeez. Oh, now I want a friggin' ham sandwich with eggs. It's basically grilled cheese with ham in it. Oh, so good. So good. Nails are relatively not tough. They got good shear strength, but ultimately, gripping power is pretty low. You got to put the stock in on an angle so that they don't wiggle loose. Which is why we frame houses with nails and follow up with screws, or vice versa. right, we're in a little bit of open country. Still got quite a ways to go. Yeah. Yeah. And that's quite possible. We're also coming close to this guy. But yeah, if we did the math. Yeah, we're right at the 50%. Yeah, exactly. So there's your retraction to your bottom. We're hitting the 50%, which we don't want to be at. And then it either results in a failure or we gap up to next one will be 57, 58. Yeah. Simple retraction pattern. But unless it goes under this white line, it really doesn't matter. Now it matters because even if we had any type of slowdown for whatever reasons, in this case, it's most likely the halfway mark. Unless it becomes severe, there's, it's just a bump in the road. Yeah. Yeah, you can see it. Oh, man, so needy. I don't have a 10-minute chart. Here's your 15-minute chart. But my eyeballs are good enough to see the U shape in the 1-minute chart. See? Look at that U shape. Super easy. But what matters now is how it's interacting with this line. Yeah. Oh, everyone else wants cookies, right, guys? Okay. Yeah. We're hanging under this line. We're going to fall. Damn it. I just saw it the last second. Stupid dashboard. And buggered up again. Got to figure out why this window is not having a good time. There we go. Yeah. So this green line is what's going to give it trouble now. But we did fall pretty quickly. That white line didn't hold. So that speaks to increasing negativity. Yeah, poop and a poop cakes. We should get pushed over the green line once more. Then that's it. She'll tumble. At the very least, bounce off this red line. Geez, no bounce. Dangerous. Okay, there's your bounce. Super slow. All right. I'm going to bail on that position for now until it fixes itself. Yeah, so it finally got itself over the green. Just took a while. But it's now too unsafe for me to stay in. So what it should have done in a minute, it did over 2 minutes. We're definitely going slow here. We'll see how this green line holds us, which currently it's not, which means we'll go for our second attempt to break the red line, unless some big fish comes by and shoots us up. Duh. Yeah, I'm pretty good at trading stocks. I'm just new to options. But reading a chart and reacting to it, I'm pretty good. There's days where I can't even fucking make heads or tails, but that's usually ultra high volume days because it's just a fucking ridiculous nuclear explosion left, right, and center. You just buckle up and do the best you can. But days like this, as long as I can get my timing a little bit right, then, or at least shift it, because we're going slow, I usually do pretty good. I think I'm up $300 so far today. Nothing too great yet, but it's been mostly red. I had $300 or so on that up green swing, but on the way back, I had to get out. But it's better than losing 300, so all good. Oh, $300 is nothing. Clock 2,000, 3,000 a day. That's much better. 300 is chump change. That's what I use to wipe my bottom 300 times a day. Is he high? Oh, if you can net 300 daily, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's how I do on the market, right? I aim for like $4,000 a month. And so I make it halfway through the month, lose a little, win a little, and then it all comes out to around $3,000 a month. And then off you go, right? Yeah. Yeah, if I aim for $300 a day, I could probably do that. That would not be hard. Yeah. Maybe I should try just for $300 a day. That might be fun. Or at least a small challenge, because that would be fucking easy. You just wait for the first breakout, done and done. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the problem with that, Howard, though, is that, you're looking at the days go by and you can easily make, 3, 4, 5 grand a day, right? And when I try for the 5 grand, I end up catching 2,000 of it, right? If I aim for 300, I'll only get 300, right? So it's not more of go for the small fish and collect a lot of fish, but it's minimizing your losses. So don't go after any type of sharks.
just go for, medium, small fish, whatever you can handle, basically. So it's not bad advice, but it's not stellar advice either. But as something to do, that might be fun. Try to nail $300 a day because it's really achievable. That would be kind of fun though. Every day, goal 300. And actually, that's streamable too. I got to make $300 every day. Put it on the board. I like that though. I like it. Yeah, exactly. You can do about 3,000 in a couple of hours with like AMC. But yeah, you need a lot of options to do that. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then that's when you have your money making money, right? Uh, $600 a day consistently. I don't think I could do that though. The pressure to perform would be rough because there's days where like you're negative 5%. How do you eke out that, right? So you'd have to write, covered calls, or you would have to look at options unless you're short selling, right? You would have to use options to make on those days. You really like the word bro, Cedra. Bro, bro. I'd swear you're Turkish on the inside. Bro. I do know. I know. Mang. You forgot the G in there. Mang. But yeah, no, the Turkish overuse the word bro all the time. Bro. Hey, bro. You're like, oh my God, man. Stop. Jesus. New Zealanders, it's brew. BRU. Oh, yeah. Just type in bro, Turkish. I'm sure you can figure that one out. Bro, man, dude. Yeah, and it's the Middle Eastern dude, not dude. It's dude. Ood. The U gets kind of weird. Come on, dude. You come. Yeah. Yeah, he's got it. Yeah, I met some really hardcore Turkish people when I was traveling, and I was like, holy shit. It was insane. Like, just insane. I'm like, let me guess, Turkey? Guess a mile away. Because I don't think the Saudis do that. I don't know if the Iraqis do that. Iranians, I don't think do that, as far as I know. Lebanese, maybe. But yeah, the Turks, oof, that's their thing. Full show. Yeah. So now it's ruined it for me. So anytime someone says bro, all I can hear is the Turkish guy. I was like, ah, killing me. Yeah. It's all good. Am I in the market or out? Out. I was thinking of buying over the green line. Yeah, let's see. I could risk it.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Just as I was saying earlier, I see the warning signs and then I arm up. But yeah, I'd be buying it post line for sure. Because this is what exactly would happen. The second you buy and boom, have some red sandwich. Because it has to test the line and you don't know if it's going to break it. So let it break it, then buy in. Minimizes the risk, tenfold. Exactly. Yeah, we're also keeping with our trend lines. We're probably following this one. Yeah. So this red is likely overkill. Yeah, it's definitely overkill. Look at that volume. On the seconds chart, it's just ramped right up. Nothing too high, but definitely ramping up volume is never good. Unless it's green. Green countered. Red countered green. And that's probably because they touched the red line. So you got a little bit of a buy-in bounce. But that bounce is nothing, so red's going to slap her, and she's going to go over the red line. Now, again, my timing's a little off, so give it 2 minutes, because it might just be in slow-mo. But normally, this would be too much weakness. Green's not doing anything to save its ass. I don't think it's going to go up. I think that was your bounce. Yep. Seconds chart just shows red just shot it in the heart. The big chart's going to update in a second. Oh, green's resuscitating. That's it. Not enough, though. It's 50-50. They've staunched the bleeding, but 3 reds in a row. No green push. Come on, green. What you gonna do? Green's trying to push. Trying to save. But it's trivial. Volume is under 10,000. It's not even moving the needle. Red's gonna kick in soon. Come on. Stocky market. How's X doing? It's not moving at any speed, but still good. Slight decline. Damn, we are just going sideways. You can see it on the seconds chart. It's like laser flat. Somebody's got to do something soon. So there's a push from green. It's 50-50. Green showing strength every other 5-second tick. It's not consistent, which means they're going to teeter sooner than later, which might be already happening now. Yep. Yeah, the gravitational pull of this red line. Yeah. Yeah. Essentially, I'm working with the EMAs and the MAs just because I know where the stock was and where it's headed. And basically, the ticking time limit is essentially the EMA coming to meet where the stock price is. Because if we go sideways for too long, then basically our past catches up with us. Or if we go too fast in one direction or the other, we also catch up with our past potentially, or a near future, and then that's where you get your line crossovers. But just to simplify things, essentially we're aiming for that green line, but of course it's moved over to here. So we're aiming for this green line each time we try to break out, but this line pulls us back. And 2, we were on our way down, we got pushed back, but it wasn't enough. So we're still on our way down. It's just you put a bump in the road, a dead cat. And so now the market's confirming what I was thinking and saying. Now we're getting a bounce off the white line, but we gap down, which is not a good sign for green. So now we're picking up momentum in the going down direction, which you can see on the seconds chart, I think. Yeah, it's right in the middle of the seconds chart. See how the volume is so high? So you have 3 consistently high volumes with a small high volume green counter. Then red comes back and crushes it. So green goes, and red goes bam, bam. Green then tries to lift, but this is just death throes on the way to down Mageddon. So until green can mount a consistent defense that keeps climbing, we're going to probably go down. Yeah. Well, yeah, and I don't end up using them. I mean, technically I do, because I have a timer that goes off in my head. If we go too long in one direction, then I start to worry because the little timer just tells me there's something wrong, which would probably line up to an EMA or an MA, since they're quite the same. I mean, well, they're fundamentally different, but they're in the same family. Yeah. And the VWAP is basically what I do all the time, because it's all about the volume. A movement on the needle means nothing if there's no volume to go with it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, one's exponential, right? And so it puts, if I recall correctly, it puts more weight on the now and less weight on the past. And then the moving average is literally a literal average, which is pretty garbage. Yeah. Well, VWAP, yeah, is your volume weighted. So volume weighted is good shit. I volume weight everything. Everything I do is volume weighted. Because these lines, these white lines, mean nothing if there's a bazillion volume. Fuck all these lines. We're going through them. if we have no volume, all these lines are brick walls, right? So, but that's always in flux. And you can't use one day's volume against another day's volume, because if 1,000 a second is the high for today, that may be enough to get through the lines because the enemy is only fielding half of that. But if you have 1,000,000 volume a minute day, then they may be fielding 500,000 or 800,000. So you have to play it day by day, moment by moment. So, which is why I don't end up using a lot of these oscillators because or indicators, because they fall out of calibration. I would have to set them up every day and adjust them throughout the day. And I might end up doing that just because it's more visual. But I've trained myself over the last 5 years to just rock and roll with a chart and a cell phone. I am. I'm low tech. But I need to see the chart move. I can't really process a chart that's static. So like if you give me an overview of the day, it's like it doesn't mean anything to me. Like I have to look at the volume and play it out in my head. And I don't know. I don't know if that's common, but that's how I rock and roll. So static charts don't mean shit unless there's volume clearly indicated, and then you give me a few minutes to run it through. Yeah. So we're still trending down. So now we're using the other green line to support us. I think we might be making a crown shape. Yeah, it's quite possible. Which means we are heading for here or here, which we've already met. No, we're inches away. So we should expect a rebound from 56.29. And that would be your crown shape right there. A little blumpy here, but whatevs. It's also possible we'll do a little bounce here, and then we're going down to this line. And then we have, 3 up, 3 down, head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it. Or I just refer to it as the crown shape. But yeah, as soon as we start challenging these people, which we started to do when we got under this red line. So the next drop is here. So once we get under this red line, it should be a free drop. Just because these people are going to want to bail out. Now, there was a lot of people getting in here. You can see the volume. And a lot of people got in here. So that's where we are right now. So yeah, we're treading on landmines. So if this basically gets threatened, these people are going to drag us down hard if they haven't gotten out already. We are on a kind of low volume day, so it's possible they've already bailed out, here or somewhere else. Yeah. But let's see how this plays out. But yeah, as soon as I see 2 peaks going on 3, it's always a good idea to check to see if you're in a kind of a crown shape, because then your risk of going down increases. Because people are going to price protect their money. Unless they're crayon eaters. Then they'll just buy more. And hello to you as well, Stacy. Well, at least we're getting a little bit of action later in the day, albeit a slow day. But some action. Excuse me. 62 mil. So we'll probably end the day at 80 mil, I guess. Which is below our average. I think we're at 104 now. No, 204 is our 10-day average. So half. And that number is half of the high days, which are 400 plus. All right, comfy couch time. So we're trending down again. Looks like we're in for the crown shape. I'm out of the market. Yes, good. I always love it when I'm like, I'm out? Nope. Oh, God. I just rode through the thing I saw coming. Yeah. Now I double check. Especially when you see the train wreck coming. You're like, good thing I'm not on it. Sir, all your luggage and your family was on. Damn. Rip. Actually, I may be able to use this. Head. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so it just labels it for you? Okay. I thought it would do cool stuff. Oh, it does. It gives you the angle. Yeah, that's neat. But yeah, Head and Shoulders. And I refer to it as the crown shape, just for simplicity's sake. So that's kind of neat how we went to the halfway mark, didn't want to, tried, then we had to go down, and now we're idling at the 75. And the next stop is going to be here, then to 0. The red line, if I adjust this properly, the red line is the 75. Let me adjust this. I gotta drag up the... Oh, I see, it's on that. Okay, 2 different segments. I was like, ooh, that's pretty cool. It lines up. But it does not. This lines up, though. This lines up with the white support line. Okay. Clean that up. No. There we go. That's a little cleaner. A crown and a Head and Shoulders are essentially the same. Yeah. The Head and Shoulders, if you look it up, is basically what I describe as a crown shape. So the Head and Shoulders is bearish. But it's only when you get the shoulders, right?
So you have a left shoulder and a head, but if it goes up, you're in a channel, right? So by the time the shape completes, you're at the risk of it going down, which is this piece right here, which is the same thing when I talk about a crown, right? As this money goes up, it's now being challenged. And then the final drop is predictable. This part is generally predictable because their money's getting threatened and they watched it wash away and they're now going to get out. And so that's the risk that this is going to complete, right? Which if I remember my head and shoulders, that's what it is. I just refer to it as the crown shape because it's simpler to understand for everybody else. Because whoa, that's a big lemon. Yeah, if I do, there's a head and there's the person's shoulders, he ends up being kind of mangly. Like, who the hell looks like that, right? Whereas a crown is easy to visualize. Yeah. Just like a U shape has a different name as well, which is the cup and handle, generally, is what it's called. Yeah. But as long as you understand the reasoning behind them, then you're good to go. So it looks like this one is played out. So that one's done. And now we're bouncing. So if I measure, it's a distance between this, 15 minutes. So if I measure between the bounce, we should be going downhill here. Okay. So right where that red line is, because I clicked the wrong thing. So I'd expect us to start going down by that white line. Yeah, because this was steeper than this. We dropped faster than we went up. And so we gained a few minutes here. And we gained a few minutes here because we didn't have this. So then we can measure this valley and put it here. And then we should see our drop here. If it's keeping with cyclic time. Yeah, and you got like all these cool. Ooh. Oh, this is that one. Okay, yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, so peak, near peak, 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 near peak. And this would not line up. Okay, so 1, 2, 1. So it's this one. 1. Yeah, so this one, we get an extra 2 minutes here. 1, 2. This one is shifted over. Right, so we get an extra 2 minutes here. So it should be right here. So it's this right here. It should actually be going down. Did I measure that right? 15 minutes. Oh, yeah, I didn't measure that right. Okay, 15 minutes. There you go. So that white line represents this troughed. So peak and troughed, or peak and valley. I think it's rise and troughed. I think is in frequency analysis. I thought Wednesday was the big day. It's always tomorrow. Okay. Let's see this play out. So far, so good. Get that out of the way. Oh, and I guess to add to it, freedom of culture, as much as the head and shoulders is a bearish signal on this slope, when it completes, you almost always get a bounce. So you can time this part, and you don't know how far this is going to go, but at least you can get in and let it run whatever distance it wants to run, right? So I guess there is a bullish, the pattern itself would complete here. Once it completes, it generally goes positive. Unless it goes down so damn fast, and then you're going to go into oblivion and rebound to some point. But yeah, just thinking about the head and shoulders thingy. Well, we're not dropping at any speed. So when we finally get over this red line, it's going to be pretty quick and severe. Well, the second chart shows we're trying. Seconds chart. Yeah, the neckline is the bottom of the crown. Yeah. So the last hour and 30 minutes. 4, 3, so 2:30. Okay. Well, get rid of this. So we're staving off the crown shape. We did do 1, which was this red line. Then we did 2, which is this red line. And I was hoping we'd go for 3 because it's just this piece here. But maybe that's enough. Just because this guy's here. It locks in this part. And so you're not going to be able to bleed off this part. Plus you do have some support here as well. So if we elongate this, right? So that helps keep these guys in, which might protect this point here. Generally though, easy come, easy go. So like that's a pretty quick loss. That's a quick recovery, which then retracts, but then it builds. This is quick, but then it starts building. Yeah. Should complete this though. There's really not much here to hold it up. There's nothing. It's just this guy right here. Yeah. Well, give it some time, I guess. Oh, undo. Well, yeah, the shoulders are here. They're getting a little mangled up. You see here and here. And this guy is this guy here. Ah, there we go. You little fucker. So anyway, so it's like he should have dropped on these reds, should have gone down. They're delaying the inevitable, I guess. And then I'm like, well, maybe there's some support here. And I'm like, there's fucking nothing here. This is undefended. You know, there's this guy and that guy's above the line. So there's nothing. This guy's below the line. So he might help. Or sorry, he's above the line. So he might help. And same with this guy. But we're not even in that area yet. So this line's just putting up a good, strong fight. If that. Anyways. Let this play out. Just taking its dear sweet time. The seconds chart showing higher volume. So red might be finally getting up for a push. Yeah, it looks like it. Red's going to push over the line. There we go. Green's countering. Red says no. Red's not doing anything. No, red's shutting down green. Yep, it's going to go. Like clockwork. Bam. Okay. Now we're completing the crown shape. That was drawn out. Only took us, 15 minutes? Jesus. Take that, bitches. Technicals win. Gravity wins. Up yours, green. All right. Yeah, that was definitely a weird mangly mess. Okay, now we touch the red line, so yeah, that probably is going to be the end of it. So the absolute lowest is here, but I don't think we can count that. This edge gives us a floor, so really the bottom of the crown shape or the head and shoulders is here. Or if we go a little further down here. Yeah. I wouldn't go that far. Did red touch this? No, red hasn't touched it yet. So they're still trying to stop the inevitable. Okay. So that should put us to here. And then I could do a buy-in. And then apparently they're going to try to time the stock market. So then 1 hour and 30 minutes puts us at 2:30, which is coming up here. And that's not a bad time. So we'll draw a circle here with a line down at 2:30. Okay, so that's where they're going to try to time it. No. I'll get rid of this cyclic lines. I'll laugh if it times up. This touches this on this line. That would be interesting. So this would have to be a big red or the next one. That would be interesting. I do like time-based stuff. I just don't have a lot of experience with it. But the stock market definitely does work on cycles. Just because the robotic algorithms and humans work on natural cycles. I wake up, I go to work at a certain time, I eat lunch at a certain time, I react at a certain speed. So even at the most fundamental level, I give you stimulus and you respond, and the total travel time is, let's say, 3 seconds. So then you react, I react, there's another 3 seconds. So 3 seconds, 3 seconds, 3 seconds. So there's a cycle, right? So on the most fundamental level. So there's definitely something there. Still, this needs to just be a mega red. Give us a mega red and you fulfill the prophecy. Oh, red one. Oh, Fire Nation. Let's see. Well, we're completely frozen. Not moving. Holy crap. Is my chart broken? Or you're like literally not moving? No. Now we should move. We just moved a penny. There we go. Having a hiccup there. Huh. So we did complete it right on the fucking line. That's amazing. It froze up, but we ultimately completed it. Neat. That's cool. Did not expect that. Oh. So that lines up there, and this lines up a little delayed here. Yeah. This and this is no good. But neat. Now, is that the bottom? Yeah, that should be the bottom. So now, if we level out, then I'll buy back in for the... Wow, that looks really bad when you zoom in. The sometime around here push up. Actually, let's just clean that up. So sometime on this line. Okay. So, where are we now? So we bounced. Let's drag that up. It could be either here or here, the line. We haven't broke channel yet. So no rush to get in. Okay. Well, your goblins, they left a valiant push, but they've been beaten back. The Battle of Guadalcanal here. You know, they entrenched themselves, but the Americans just landed ship after ship, and you know they fought the defenders tooth and nail. But ultimately, oh, she's going through. Okay, so that red line does not belong there. We'll drag it here. And that red line didn't put up much of a fight. Damn. Do 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 do. Let's elongate these. We're in a tight channel heading to the last and final red. And then after that, it's, well, that's kind of cool. As I drag the lines, they change color. Neat. Where's our final drop? Oh, I erased it. Well, essentially it was down here. 50. And then I think it was 61 or 2 was our breakout, major breakout. Okay. No more rations. How do you expect your green to fight on quarter rations? Got to give them grog. Get some alcohol mixed in with their oats. Or no, that's watered down rum is grog. Toss in a couple of limes. Fight off scurvy. Thankfully, vitamin C is used as a preservative for everything. I don't eat enough fruits. I could easily get scurvy. Jeez. Yep. Don't even make salad with it. What a waste of dandelions. Boil them. I really want to believe in you, Green. I really do. It's looking good on the seconds chart. trying. Volume is ramping up. The FOMO is real. What's Red's response? Okay. I got in a little late. Probably too late. But they are pushing pretty hard. Just have to play this one tight. Yeah, I figured if they get over this line, then they'll try for this, and then I'll sell somewhere in here. Because we're also getting close to the pump line. Yeah, ants make good protein. Just got to eat a lot of them. Green showing weakness. Come on, one last hurrah. Shouldn't be too hard for green to go for another run. This is giving them good support, and they only have to get over 56.37. And then it should tick up to somewhere in here. And then this is their time to buy. Excellent. Red's leaning into them. Damn. Rip. Ooh, red is really leaning into them. Heavy increase in volume. Green is slowly stopping it. Green's pushing back. Still pretty bad though. I guess that was the one last hurrah. I thought it would go a little bit further. Red did not like that though. So Going sideways again. Chart seems like it's lagging again. Excellent. Yeah, I forgot about that. Welcome back. Jeez. You're in there since 9:30. No, it was actually pretty decent push here. So you were here for that, and then, or maybe you weren't. So we kind of crashed, then we stabilized, and then we were in a predictable crown shape. It really didn't feel like dying, so we kind of dragged it out, but then we finally completed both like crown, different crowns, different headbands. And so now we're flirting with the bounce. And apparently there's going to be a timed buy at 1 hour and 30 minutes before close. So we're looking into that. No problem, Freedom. Yeah, I'm not pulling shit out of my ass. I do know what I'm doing. It's just obviously it's a game. It's not, you don't win. You're not guaranteed to win, right? But if you do apply it and you're conservative to a little bit, and you'll eventually be able to trust your instinct and you'll make money anywhere. Yeah. This is a very like wild horse, but that's good because it moves, right? Nothing sucks more than waiting 6 days to get money. Like, just fucking pay me. Yeah. But that comes with the risk of, it could crash at any second, right? So, YOLO. I forget who told me. I think it's overkill. Overkill. Oh, I just saw Randall's post from an hour ago. It's definitely AMC. Yeah, it's from Reddit, but I don't know who told me. Yeah. My problem is I am quick on the draw most of the time, but what really fucks me over a lot with AMC is that it changes its speed. When the speed is consistent, you can expect, but AMC is like braking and gassing and braking, and it's like, so you're like, oh shit, this is going too long. Better get out before the drop. No, it was just going in slow mo, and it's actually going up, and you're like, yeah. It's like, So I have to keep my eye on the volume because as soon as I get distracted and I lose track of the volume shifts, that's when I start to fuck up. But yeah, if you can find a stock that's nice and stable, you can milk it Just milk it. Every day, milk it. You don't care if it goes up or down as long as it moves. But I've invested enough time with AMC, so I understand it. It still gets me with the volume, though. Like, I don't understand how a stock can just be going so fast and then go so slow. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, oh man, this is the greatest stock in the world. I'm bored of it. Bye. Wait, what? In the same sentence? Like, all right, cool. It's just crazy. Most unpredictable would probably be penny stocks or any type of high gamble stocks, I guess, because they could just blow up. What's this? Martin Software Incorporated. It's up 59%. Wow, it went from a $1 company to a $2 company. All right. Torch. That's Torchlight Energy. Wish is still up here. Contact Logic. Jesus. Yeah, Howard was right. This fucker does not want to die. Look at it go. Just do it. Die all right. Clover still struggling. Yeah, that was some money. That's a nice recovery. Holy crap. Gapped up, crashed, said, fuck it, do it live, breaks new highs. Holy Lord. That's quite rare. That doesn't happen often. Normally it will get to this point and it will roll. In this case, it gapped up overnight, which is why it went up so high. Jace. Dirge? It's people investing in Dodge, but they spelt it wrong. Dirge. It's like AMCX was trending for a bit. Suckers. Ooh, there's a stock called Rig. From Switzerland. Huh. AMD's. Oof. Nicely done, AMD. They're getting their time in the sun. AMD's been killing it this year. Year to date. Look at that. Just tearing it up. But then you go, oh, and it went from 75 to 85, you know, in the last 2 months. AMC did that in a day, you know. But yeah, look at if we go back to 2020, they were a $26 stock. And we were a $10 stock or a, what were we? $2 stock. But nuts. So much money. Just absolutely insane amounts of money. Whoa, there we go. God. Actually, how is X doing? X is not moving at all. There we go. Pop. Okay. Time to buy time. Coming up. Hot and fresh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember eking out my dollars on a 3 months of 12, 10 to 12. Then we finally got to 14, finally recovered. And then we're just 2 days later or so, boom. I really thought we'd spend a lot more time at 14. That was nuts. That whole day was nuts. It's like, oh my God, it's got to stop. No. And it just keeps going and going and going. It's like, holy crap. Yeah. Then we got to the point where it's like, okay, if that wasn't a squeeze, that's just FOMO. We're getting so vertical that it's like when we went from, I think, 55 to 67, that was almost a vertical line. It was like, if this doesn't slow down, God knows where we're going to go, right? Because we'll be in a full on everyone squozing. That day was nuts. Yeah, it was. I've seen them. I've never lived through 100% day, but I was watching that the whole time from beginning to end. That was crazy. Yeah, I think it kicked off. It started with a gap up, which is usually how they start. And I think it gassed right after the dip. It leveled out in the morning and then it just went ronk. And that was it. That's all she wrote. Pour one out. Yeah. Yeah. I had about 4,700 shares at $14. Now I'm playing with 370. It should be 600 or 700, but I've taken a arrow to my bank account on that put. But it was a good learning experience. It was the smart choice, which is why I sold at 14 as well. It was definitely the smart choice. Because, yeah, the risk of us going back into 10 for another, at least another couple days was awesomely high. But whatever conspired to be, we got FOMO out the wazoo. Yeah. Well, I think we'll all get the rocket ship the second time. It's a matter of perspective, my name. Yeah. It feels bad to miss out, yes, but you also don't want to be a bag holder. Like, think of how much money people have lost from 71 and down. Everyone that's holding bags, right? Or anyone that bought along the way, they're out, right? So we could have easily gone from 14 to 10 and you would have been out, what's that, 40%? No, 15 to 10, 20 is 100. So you're out like 20% or so, maybe 50. But anyways, yeah, that was just insane though. At least I got to have the experience though. I can say I lived through 100% day. I've been in 3 or so squeezes, but they never resulted in 100%. They usually tap out around 60 to 70%, but I've never seen a full 100%. That's a first for me. Yeah. Because, yeah, usually the profit taking kicks in real hard on the first weakness, but knowing AMC people, right? They all just fucking went nuts. Level up my stock game. You should already be in. And
window capture. And it won't capture the window. There we go. I don't know why it has such an issue. Optional lemonades. So this is the timed buy moment. Just going to double check I'm in the market. Okay. Just going to quickly use the washroom, but this should be where they're doing their timed buy on this white line here. Okay. That was uneventful. Oh, snap. Someone's going to jail. Well, jail didn't work out for the last guy. RIP. Software antivirus man. Okay. So they're going for round 2. So if we look at the seconds chart, we can see the volume ramped up. This scale is wrong. Yeah, the time on the bottom of this scale is messed up. I'm going to put it down to the ticks. Less useful, but fun to watch. So ticks do not have an up and a down because obviously they're just a moment in time. Basically, as soon as a trade is executed, a tick exists. Post-nuclear war has opened up overkill. We're all now living in metros. I had to cook a rat for dinner. You just leave for like 10 seconds and it becomes Metro 2033. Like, Biden. So let's see how X did not care about Biden's speech. Nope. No care. I just saw your post, backstop. You're ranking up your ability points in covered calls. Nice. Oh, my bad. The order entry's over the... So we're going to a power shape. So my original estimate this morning was I think we were going to try to go for neutral. So they're going to try to push us to up another $1.60. That's my bet. Either way, I'll be making the scratch today. Oh, excuse me. So I'll make $622 if it goes to net zero. Well, it'll get a bump because people are hearing it in the news, right? And what they might be doing is they might think that that company is going to win. And as a result, if that company wins, it's going to skyrocket, right? So they're betting on it. You're buying the rumor, selling when it's true. When the company is charged, you won't see it go up 8% because that's going to cost them true money. So where's neutral? Neutral is... What do we open at? Okay. Oh, TARDIS, you also get to set the message of the day, but you just came in late. So if there's something you want me to post up for the next 2 hours. I actually did that earlier, Zeus, but I can do it again. So what I was getting at, for those that weren't here earlier, we had a pennant here, and then the breakout, and there's arguably a pennant here, but this one I don't like as much, just because we don't have enough wiggle in here, and I'm basing it off of these 2 points, and there's a lot going on. But I do like the top. The bottom I'm not too happy with. So anyways, those are giving us a rough, by the start of next month, or at least Monday, which is the 28th. So this is Monday right here. We're going to have something happen, roughly. It's possible, though, we could go into a mega crown kind of deal, and we just come down to here. But this may be triggered by a breakout, or it might just be a slow death. Generally, it'll be about the same speed as this. So if this was a breakout speed, we'll have a breakdown speed when we come out of the larger pennant. So that's what's in the pipe. So if we dip down below, I think it's 50, 53, but let's say 50, then we're going to crash. Chances are, though, we're going to do this and something like that. But if we keep going sideways, then we'll go down. And if we show any weakness, we go down. So we need to get some greenery so that we can start smacking into the top if we go sideways. But it's too early to tell on that. So, plus remember, we should be somewhere around here, this line. So at any point, we could be going down to 28 or less. So this is all hype, and it can all just be wiped out just as fast as we got it. So, yeah. Now it's going to take us, we'd have to get into the 50s at least, or 49s, sorry, because we have to challenge these people, which would bail at 39 or so. Because if they didn't bail here, right? So they bailed, but then bought back in. So we have to get below this point, which is 40.73, before we scare the rest of them out. But that's if we're going down. If we're not going down, then we'll stay above 52 and slowly work our way up. Yeah. We will see, though. Gotta try hard to stay alive. Okay, so this company started in July of last year, 2020, 2021, 2 years ago. They had a heyday, and now they're a sham of their former existence. They're losing money nonstop. They are not making money. They've gone up 50% in 1 month, but year over year, they're still down negative 73%. Yeah, because they're coming down from here. So 82% or so. And as this drifts over, it would adjust. So a small electric company, profit margin is broken. Look at that now. Oh, you can't see that number. Negative 418,653%. broke the machine. Net income. Yeah, they're just losing money. So they haven't made any money since 2008 or 2018, sorry. So, yeah, they're just losing more and more money each year. So, unless you know enough about the company, it looks pretty bad. They got a 7.3 billion market cap. But yeah. They don't trade much though. Their earnings are improving. Still bad, but better. Which is probably what helped kick this off. They're estimating worse earnings though. Yeah. I mean, it's leveling out, but you got pretty angry slope here. You got leveling out, but there's nothing stopping that from being a bump and reattaching to this line. But I mean, 0 is right here. Like, you can't really go down. So I don't know. Doesn't look too good though. Okay. Very similar run up. So Reddit hype window. Yep. And yeah. So the company basically has done Zippo, right? It's dead. And then it gets somehow an injection during the Reddit hype time, and people are not giving up on it. But its core price is here. So all these earnings blew ass chunks, and then they started losing money again here to here. So there's no reason for it to be up here. At best, it should be $23, half of this. So rip. No good. Unless something's changed, of course, right? I'm judging the company quickly. If they've magically changed. But the stock also doesn't trade much. Look at how it's flats. Tons of flats. Yeah. Okay. So I'm back to not making any money. All right. Okay, I'll check CLF in a second. I just want to eat some chips. Okay, let's take a look at these guys. So massive fall from grace. Holy fudge. They went from 120 to 20, and that's with a recovery. So they went down to $5. So since 1969, no one's given a crap about this company. And then back in 03, they decided to do something. Non-energy, steel. Okay. So back in 03, they kind of unfucked themselves. Let's overlay this with X so we can at least have a comparison here. Okay, so there was a big demand for steel in 08, which I think was China was rebuilding itself, right? Gobbled up all the steel to stave off the 2008 financial crisis. They just started building, and then that ended quickly. Then there was another run up. This one it did not react to, though. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. I mean, I bet they're completely dependent on steel prices, right? So they're following X quite a bit, but they are more volatile, which probably means they're got less shares. They're doing okay. They're a net losing money company, though. What about X? X has a net income. Ooh, 220 to date. No. Earnings per share, X is losing even more. 3.8. So, that company looks better than X. Neato burritos. So they're digging out of a hole. Yeah, so they got their ass handed to them with the pandemic. Let's see. Earnings. Where's the yearly earnings? Annual. They're losing anywhere between, they used to make about 300 million to $1 billion. Then in 2019, they made 630 negative millions. Then they made 1.1 negative millions in 2020. So they got pooched. So yeah, good recovery play, I guess, especially with the infrastructure bill. They're going to be printing money for them. Yeah, not too bad. Okay, let's get rid of this. Ah, shit, clicking too close. Okay. No, that I flipped back to X to look at it, but I put X was the orange line. It wasn't X that I was looking at the beginning. I just wanted to compare their financials. Because I don't know what's normal for the steel industry. But if you compare them against their peers, you can see if they're doing better or worse. And so if everyone is sucking at the same time, you know it's a market thing, right? So that's the key there. Or the easy way to do it. So I guess I should change that to ticks. Okay. So I'll take betting in 2 minutes. They got found out that jet fuel can melt steel beams. That's what happened. Yeah, the steel industry hasn't been good ever since 9/11. The Pentagon, they're just like, oh, jet fuel. You're like, yeah, okay, sure. Where's the plane? Hmm. I don't have any option calls right now. No. I had a put for some form of downish for last monthly, so last week. But rip on that. Yeah, don't mind the dinging. My mom butt dialed on Messenger to the family, and now everybody has to go, why did you call? Well, what's going on? So to answer you, overkill, I don't know if it can go back to 100, right? Infrastructure will increase the need for steel considerably, but it's nothing like China gobbling up every bit of steel in the world, right? Because there's one thing, supply and demand, but it's another thing, you have to be able to drive up the prices. So if you can supply and you can meet demand, you can't drive up the prices. And if you're negotiating with the government, they're going to probably fix the prices so that they have a limited balance, which can be good and bad. It adds stability, but then you can't jack up the prices and gouge or like you would do to other countries. You're like, well, there's no steel anywhere else, so if you want our tasty steel, you got to pay double, right? Which is what's happening kind of with lumber right now. Everyone wants to build, everyone wants to get out of the house, so lumber has gone through the roof, and partly due to tariffs. Lumber has not gotten that expensive in Canada, but it's gotten expensive when it crosses the border. But that's partly due to the US being dicks with the softwood lumber. We can't compete. Well, then don't cut down all your fucking forests and you could compete. But our forests, yeah, well, go fuck yourself. I can't help it. We got a lot of trees, okay? Jeez. We don't have a slave labor force. We don't have the iron ore. We don't have refineries. Can't have it both ways. Yeah, the ding in the background is Messenger. Well, there you go, Sam. You're living the dream. Yeah, well, I mean, it's complex economics, but yeah. So as much as like infrastructure bill is definitely good, focusing on infrastructure is great, but U.S. politics, is that all going to happen at once? Because they don't want to drive up the price of steel because then everything costs more. So then they drag it out. And so for a company, it's like, okay, now they're gaming the system because the government can choose how fast or slow they want to repair bridges, right? And so they can game the system to make sure they don't overpay, right? And so it's like, it will drive up prices, but if they play it right, the company's not going to see extra money. So it's like, yeah, they'll have a stable source of income, which is good, but they won't be growing. So it's like, but if one company gets more contracts than the other, right, then you have a dichotomy, and then you have it slowly starts to drift. One company sinks while the other one rises, and that would raise your share price because you're looking at the company's future. And if you control the market, well, your future is bright. Even if the market goes down, fine. It's not going to go to zero. So you're still going up because you're stronger, better, faster. Yeah. So, yeah, you got to weigh it all out. But I think it's a sure bet. If you just bet on all the steel companies, you're probably going to make some coin. It won't be a lot, but, you know, it'll be something, right? So, oh, yeah, I was talking right past 3. All right, let's get that sorted. I'll need your number again, Freedom. Oh, sorry, my bad. There's a person we haven't seen in a while, Roman. Good to see you're still alive. Tax shouldn't matter too much. Interest rate would matter a little bit, but interest rate really only affects people that are in debt. Now, when it comes to like core commodities like steel, iron, ore, those people are also more affected by the dollar more than anything. So the interest rate will affect the dollar. So that will affect exports and imports. It's high, strong dollar is good for imports. And of course, a strong dollar is bad for exports because the other person's money goes not as far, right? Which is why Canada artificially keeps our money, for the most part, cheaper than the US dollar so that we're always a good exporter. But unfortunately, the US tends to tank their dollar from time to time. And so ours runs right past theirs, and then we have to tank our economy in some extent to bring ourselves back down. But it's always easier to tank your economy than it is to run it up, right? Oh, you're gonna have to crash a few cars. I'm on it, boss. All right. If you don't see your number in white, let me know. Well, aside from Stacy, because she's too high up. Yeah. When the dollar is par or near par, crossing the border is great. Everything in the States is about 20% cheaper than it is in Canada. And then your money is equal. So you're getting everything on 20% discount, let alone the ridiculous deals sometimes. Like I went to the Nike sports outlet in Waterloo down by the Finger Lakes. And it was buy one, get two free. And the shoes that are $80 Canadian were $42 American. And I got two free. And I'm like, wait, okay, it's half price. And I walk out with three of them. Okay. Like this works. Oh my God. I got shorts for $3 American, shirts for $1 to $8 American. And it was like, what? I can't even buy a shirt for sub $5 in Canada. It's like just, oh my Lord. I spent a lot of money there. Well, actually, I didn't really. I spent $160 and I walked out with like, I've had clothes for, God, that was about 15 years ago and I still have those clothes. Some of it doesn't fit anymore. That was when I was a little more active. But shit, it's insane. Yep. Well, actually, I keep all my bills up front. And as long as you don't spend more than probably $500 or you don't buy commodities that are easily taxable, like a big TV or whatever, they don't want to waste the time, right? You know, they're just trying to make sure you're not smuggling commercially. Yeah, I've managed to do about 500 or less. But there's technically no number limit. It's 24 hours, and then you get a certain amount duty free. So if you cross the border and come back in less than 24 hours, there's zero. You're going to get dinged potentially. But you basically just don't make it waste their time, right? Like, okay, he's got 10 articles of clothing he got on super discount. Great, we can get 5 cents of taxes out of him. Fuck it, just drive. Like, I've actually had a really good time with Canadian border cops at Kingston. The ones that are really fucked with me are the Americans. Every time I cross, they treat me like I'm a second-rate citizen, and it's like, holy fuck, son. I'm crossing the border to spend money in your country. Are you? Are you going to stay there forever? No, man. Have you seen what I'm traveling into? I ain't fucking staying. Don't worry. It's like, you know, Jesus. I'm just here for the cheap shit, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Like one time I was wearing sunglasses because I'm driving and it's bright. And the border guard just like yelled at me, like top of his lungs, aggressively yelled at me to take my sunglasses off. And I was like, I didn't realize it was a thing. You know, the sun's beating into my eyes and I was driving 10 seconds ago. It's like, you could have just said, hey, can you take off your sunglasses so I can identify you? It's like, holy crap. It's like, difference. There's a difference, right? Anyways, 57 for Connor. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about Wish other than it won't die and it won't go up. So I know Howard was betting against Wish and it just refused to die. So, yeah. Well, in a stock that has tons of volume but it won't go up, then it really only has one other option, right? So it's basically just biding time before the reality sinks in, the writing's on the wall, blood's in the water, and then she'll go south. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's probably the only time I've ever had trouble was the Kingston border guard. So that's New York State, where it borders Kingston, Canada. I haven't crossed in Niagara. I'm sure that one's probably a little more questionable because you're going into Detroit, Windsor. No, wait, the Windsor's further away, isn't it? No, that's the Niagara Rainbow Bridge. But the Windsor one's got to be rough. Like you're going into like Flint, Michigan on one side and shitty old Canada on the other side. It's like, yeah, no. No, it wouldn't be people on Wall Street. It would be retail investors thinking Wish is a good idea. You could probably just Google Wall Street bets Wish and probably see a whole bunch of DD for it. If you don't, then I'd be thoroughly confused who's trying to keep it up. Like, unless that company itself is fighting some type of economic war, like they're doing their best to keep their share price up. Although nowadays you don't really, on a tangent here, you don't hear a lot about mergers and acquisitions and the great corporate wars that happened in like 2000. Like it was like a war. People were hostile takeover, corporate espionage. Like it was nuts. And now it's not so much. I mean, the Chinese are robbing left, right, and center. The Soviets robbed left, right, and center. And the Americans robbed a few times here and there. Probably Canada as well. But in the early days of the corporate wars, and now China in the later days of the corporate wars. But yeah, it's not as open, you know. At least I haven't seen it, you know, because it used to be like really hostile takeovers. Like you're winning over the board of directors, you're using money to, you know, cut them off and cut off their assets and smother the competition and buy them out and lock them out. And it's like, holy crap. Like now it's like everyone's friends and peaceful. And so maybe it's bad public image, but that's something I've noticed. We were talking about it the other day and I was like, wow, something I don't hear a lot about anymore. Like, where's AMD like firing rockets into Intel's factories and, you know, poisoning their supply line with defective silicone, like the good old days. Well, if it's super undervalued, the company would be having to make gazillions of dollars and then their share price doesn't reflect that. So it doesn't make any sense that like generally stocks, you don't find stocks that are undervalued unless they're like nobody knows about them stocks. So you can use a stock screener and just kind of look for these, you know, undervaluated, but often it's uncertainty that drives them to that price. And so there's something you don't know, and that's why no one will touch it. And then when that lifts, the share price flies through the roof, right? Howard's still gonna get burned, Howard. But let's see. Let's take a look at Wish, just real quick. How much time do we got? We got lots of time. So give me your bets before 15:30. For those that are new, we take horse betting at the end of the day. You're betting at the end of day price. I don't have Wish on here, right? Because why? Actually, how's the Brent crude doing? Yeah, oil's been doing good, eh? Yeah. I got that one pretty good. So it rebounded, but it didn't rebound with any height. Yeah. But the motions were kind of right. Up, down, and this one was on the dot. Not bad. Yeah, up. Yeah, I was thinking up, up, down, down. And I got down before the up. But yeah, so gas is doing good. So that's showing that America's reopening and recovering. For oil is basically 70% of oil is used for transportation, burned as fuel. So as everything reopens, so does the price. And interest, well, oil is actually a pretty solid industry, but you will have short-term supply issues because the demand will suddenly be high. But oil's pretty quick; they can react within minutes. And the supply, I think, is weekly, so within minutes they can react, and then weekly is the cycle. All the oil that's produced now is gone generally in a week, unless it's stored as like crazy stuff. But it's quick. So, anyways, it's to think like the gas you pump into your car was in the ground, a week ago, and then refined, and then shipped, and in your pocket, like fuck, it's crazy. It's just nuts. Nuts. Yeah, they can hold oil for a while, but they can't hold refined gas. Once it's refined, the thin gases, gasoline, kerosene, distillates, I think is their term. They got to be shipped out before they rot, basically. Yeah. Right. I'm looking for Wish. Okay. So, Wish is undervaluated. Their internet retail. Oh, is that the right Wish? No. Oh, it is. Okay. So it is Wish the company. They just have a different name, Context Logic. Okay, so they've been losing money forever. Well, that's why they're going down. They haven't made money since 2017, and even then they haven't made money. And their profit margin's even worse. So during the pandemic, where they should be making all their money, they made 7 times worse income. They racked up 2.5 in revenue, but they ended up 7 million in the hole. 700 million in the hole. So they almost doubled their revenue. No, they 30%ed the revenue during the pandemic, but they're losing 66 million to half a million per quarter. Yeah, they're not doing that good. So if that turns around, this company would be awesome. So they do Geek, Mama, Home, Cute, and Joyful Shopping. It was founded by Peter Szkujewski and Danny Zhang in June 2010, and it's headquartered in San Francisco, CA. And they somehow are losing lots of money, but they're worth $8 billion. Yeah. So if you think Wish is going to just turn it around somehow, then they would be undervaluated. Yeah. But they're hurting because of their fundamentals. They're hemorrhaging money, much like us. We're hemorrhaging money as well. But maybe people are going to take on long-term positions. Yeah. What are we hemorrhaging? Well, we lost 4.5 billion much worse than them. So we were losing somewhere between 500,000 to 149 million. 500,000. So sorry, 500,000,000 to 149 million per year over the last 3 years. And then the pandemic just killed us. 4.5 billion in the hole. We made 1.2 billion and ended up with a net 4.5. Getting murdered. But our quarterly, we've been climbing out of that hole pretty decent. We went from almost 1 billion to half a billion in 2 quarters. So if things keep going, then we should be out of this hole probably by December. So far, this stock has made 25 times money year to date. Holy crap. Last 3 months, 4 times your money. In 1 year, year to year, it's up 12 times your money. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. $5 a gallon. Our gas was pretty cheap up here last time I checked. Let me see what $5 a gallon is. Okay, it's 3.7 liters. So we would be paying about anywhere between $3.7 Canadian. So you're paying a lot more than us to $5 Canadian. So that's 3.7. So we'd be paying about $3 US for that gallon. Damn, $2 cheaper American. Pew pew. Let me double check what the cost is here. Oh, gas is up a little bit. Whoa, some of them are at 140. Okay, 122. So it'd be $4.51 Canadian. So we're paying $3.66 a gallon right now in Canada. Yeah. Gas should be cheaper in the United States, but you're going to have local supply and demand issues. Especially with the hacks. Gotten haxed. Oh, I better get my bet in. I'm going to go and take this one. Yeah, I converted it. So you have to times it by 3.7, and that's how many liters are in a gallon. and then it's $1.22 near me here per liter. So that ends up making it 366. Or well, okay, you got it. Whatever number I quoted early. Which I think is 366 or 2. The Canadian dollar is almost par with the US. I don't know what they're doing to try to curb that. 255, Rick. Ouch. Yeah, don't talk about gas prices to the Euros. Them be fucked. Or the Australians. Oh my god. Gas prices in Australia, it's 255 a liter. Like, oh my god. But they're all driving like 0 horsepower, 3-cylinder cars in an effort to, like, save on gas. Southeast Asia, I think, is getting better on gas prices. They were pretty bad there too for a while. That's pretty good. $2.90 a gallon. That's not bad. So you're basically, you buy you buy 2 liters and get one free in Rhode Island. Yeah. And nonetheless, the refinery is just around the corner. Jeez. Also, I think gas is not taxed in Texas. They subsidize it, sort of. Yeah, we have that kind of discount here as well. We save 20 cents off the liter. So basically times that by 3. But they usually inflate the gas to counter it. Ooh, $1.20. Holy crap. Yeah, I think the cheapest gas I saw lately was sub dollar here. Like 98 cents. So that would be almost $3 American. So we didn't go down too much. Actually, you know what? No, I think we went to 80 cents, actually. I think I remember filling up with 87 cents. Yeah. Don't know why Americans would use such a large size to fuel a car. It's like, why not just use whole barrels of oil? Divide that number by 30. Oh, my car takes half a barrel. Like, such a big number. But then I guess if you filled your car up with, I think the next unit down is quarts. You're like, oh, it's a 700 quart tank. Almost everything in Canada is self-serve.
Pumping gas is so easy. Jeez. And especially if the gas thing has an auto shut off, you can just lock it, set it, it shuts off. Done. It's like, oh man, it's so good. Yeah. Well, generally when gas is pumped for you, it's to protect against gas theft. Americans and their confusing metric system? You mean imperial system? The Americans are the only ones that are off doing something funky. I think there was like at last check, there was like 7 countries in the world. Yeah. Yeah, it's to protect against gas theft. So poorer countries will either sell the gas in containers, so you can't steal it because you have to buy the container, or they'll pump it for you so that you don't take extra and not pay for it or drive away or whatever. And in high risk areas in Canada, they'll pump it as well for you. Small towns, because they can't afford someone, filling up and driving away. So they'll do it. Yeah. But I mean, with modern cameras, you just, as long as you got their license plate, they're fucked. The cops will have them within an hour or two. And it's not smart. Yeah, I heard about that. So it's three countries using Imperial. Rip. I think Canada has 2 refineries, but it doesn't make any sense when you can buy your gas so cheap from the US. It's like, save yourself the pollution. All right. So everyone got their bets in because we're done. And now we don't have Augie in here, do we? Nope. We have a few people not in here. So check if your number's up here. Well, yeah, exactly. So check if your number's not here. And if it's not, I got to put you in. Keep it fair. 5760. Okay. You're in, Dr. Overkill. Okay. I'll put you in. That's why I was checking. You're only 6 minutes over the cutoff time. But I'll put you in. That's why I was checking. Make sure I didn't miss anyone. We don't want to have the Cedra experience again. Yeah, you're fine. You're on there, doctor. Don't get killed. Right, we don't get Rick in there. Copy. Paste-a-roo. Oh, I forgot the D. Well, you're Rick Lair today. And there we go. Okay, if there's no one else that I have forgotten. So we got Sam, Ronan, Augie, my name, Rick, myself, GameStonk, Howard, Connor, Tardis, somebody with L, Larry, who's currently winning it, Zeus, Mayhem, and Freedom. Yeah, I got my name in there. Okay, good. A lot of people are betting on the up. It's definitely a big gap here. You can see everyone's projection. Just this way. Ah, yee. Now you can get rich. Did you get those 5-week vacations for running someone over? Misappropriating work funds? Those are the best vacations. Okay. So, final stretch with it looking like Larry. Where the hell did I put me? I even bet it up. Bad, Justin. Yet. Last day of work. Here I come. Although you're operating a train, aren't you? So, yeah. It wouldn't really be your fault if you ran over somebody. Trains can't really stop. Although you probably hit your fair share of wildlife. Deer are pretty dumb. Barry, you piece of crap. You're so late. So late. $56. All right, I'll give you 56 is already taken. Yeah, if you go that low, I'll give you it, Barry. As long as you're not sniping somebody. But Freedom took 56. We're trying to cut off at 3:30. We're getting kind of long in the tooth here. It's all good. Do you want above or below 56? Oh, and Tom's on anniversary. Above. All right, I'll give you 56.10, the midpoint. Why not? And there you go. Okay. Actually, 56.09. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Well, at that distance, yeah. But if it's like sniping here, it's like, all right, you had your chance. But I mean, if it does go down that far, that's a bit of a play. Yeah. It's all good. We should put Tom in here somewhere. Uh let's see. Tom is usually way too fucking optimistic. So Tom would have probably bet where I am actually. We tend to think the same. He would have followed this line more than likely and then based it off of oh, am I too high? Oh, by a cent, not that far. Based it off that peak more than likely. Yeah, yeah. Tom, you just start, everyone types in Discord. Oh my god, it hit 100K. You won the horse race, by the way. At least work in the yard would be consistent work, which is good. Because when you're going cross country, you're going to live in the train, right? Or I guess you would swap out drivers, but you know, you're in that train for quite a while. Yeah. Must have sucked back in the olden days. Although it's kind of cool because you're going across the country when no one else could. But if something ever went wrong, you're fucked. Like you don't show up on schedule, then they send a train the other way to go and look for you. But then if you're scheduled for like 2 days later, you got to hold out for 4 days for them to send help. It's like yeah, I figured they would do like long haul buses. They swap out drivers because really the train keeps moving. Same with a spaceship or a battleship. The thing doesn't stop for you to have a nap. You shift it out. Yeah. Well, yeah. You might as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what the caboose was for. Actually, that was the staff sleeping and eating and all that sort of stuff. And I forgot about that. Yeah, because it would be caboose, luggage, passengers, rich passengers, and then possibly maintenance and storage, then coal, then you. Or security can be at the front of the train as well. Yeah, closer to the rich people. Yeah, I forgot about that. And the original caboose was not covered. Then it became a covered caboose. Wonder where the word caboose comes from. Just like the wheels are referred to as bogies. Like, where the hell did that come from? Well, technically, it's not the wheels. It's the wheels and suspension mechanism is a bogie because the wheel's a wheel. Yeah. We're ruining it for you, Barry. So I'm definitely going to be out of the market for Friday. I think the Fast and the Furious news will help, but I'm not going to bank on it. I'll be in for Monday. But I'm going to blow this popsicle stand before it crashes. So I figure we're building a bottom here on TARDIS. TARDIS is the power bottom. And then we're basically going to launch ourselves. Probably like that. Once again, no one bets on the winning number. Sometimes we get it right. Most of the time it ends up in the giant gaping holes where no one bets. One day it's going to just fly up and be like, oh, it's finally Stacy. Like, yeah, one day. Holy shit. My insurance company back paid me. I just got 10 grand. Oh shit. Well, I know where that money's going. Pew, 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 pew. I did not expect them to back pay me. Fuck yeah. 10 grand. Sweet. Put it all on red. Okay. I figured they wouldn't. You know, I told them I was basically dead since January. And then they're like, okay, paid me back pay. Yeah, I haven't checked my bank account because why? But I didn't feel like loading up the brokerage again. Sweet. 10K. Well, that's all going on AMC. Sweet. Now I'll make sure this time to save a little so I don't have to eat dog food. Excellent. Sweet. Yeah, I was not expecting that. I expected them to be like, okay, going forwards, we'll pay you. And I'm like, all right, you know, I waited 3 months to apply for insurance. Oh yeah, exactly. Well, to prove total disability, you have to be under constant medical care. And it's like, I'm not technically total disabled. I'm just got some type of problem they haven't fixed yet. So it's like, it's fixable once we figure out how. But it's not like this is some mythical impossibility. It'll be solved eventually. And realistically, I want my fucking life back. I want to be able to do shit. What's the point of having money if you can't do anything, can't travel, can't eat? It's like, fuck this. I don't mind the free money, but I rather have, you know, stock money and, you know, fucking life back. Yeah, it's like people saying poor people, like the stupid senators the other day. They're like, oh, if you give poor people money, they'll never work. And it's like, it's been proven study after study that if you give people money enough to live, they end up doing more artistic stuff and maybe not, you know, financially driven stuff. But people keep working. People like to construct and build and grow and develop. And so poverty and slavery of wages doesn't let them do that. So yeah, they're working, but they're not going anywhere. So it's actually better to pay them and have them air quote not work, and they'll actually come out as a better human being and create and generate more value and wealth to your economy than having them as slaves. But they don't talk about that, right? And it's like, because like here, you can give me all the money in the world, but I'm still gonna try to do all the cool stuff. I'll start gambling on the stock market and learn a new skill, right? Well, I did that 5 years ago, but you get the idea, right? And then I end up having a financial degree because you paid me to basically sit at home and learn. So it's like, yeah, there'll be some people that fuck the system over, but vast majority end up, turning out all right, which is why I rag on the whole living wage in the US. I get it. I get how it works, and it makes sense because that's how the US economy works. But to try to tell anybody that it's a good thing, it's not by no means, you know. Just like, slave labor in China, it's great for those that profit from it, but those people, they're not doing so well. Like, oh, it's a really rough world, those sweatshops. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, uh, we'll get there eventually. One stock day at a time. Okay, so I'm going to have to bail because this is starting to go. And where's the bottom? It's one of the bottoms is there. Come on, give me some green so I can get out with a few dollars. I know they're going to do a last minute push. But if this gets too low, the last minute push isn't going to, it's not going to come back to where I could have sold. I think tomorrow's going to be red. Yeah. We've drifted all week neutral to red. You can see the negativity. And if it's a Friday, like, what are we going to go? Our Monday was garbage. Our Friday cannot be better than our Monday. Ah, sweet lords. I wanted a few dollars. I've been holding since here or here. It's like now it's coming back. Oh, it's gapping down. Gapping down is never good. Hello, darkness, my old stock. Come on, push. Go for gold. Okay, how many minutes do we have left? 57. Oh, come on, last minute push. So I can bail at 56.60. Oh, they're trying. 54, 55, 56. Got not 2 minutes. You got 1 minute left. No, 2 minutes left. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. That's right. I good at math. Oh, it's doing a final push. Gonna get me a couple of cans of dog food. All right, final lap. 55 seconds left. 50 seconds. Come on, Daddy wants his money. Oh, shit, sorry. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Getting too excited here. Second final lap. I just finished saying there was 2 minutes, and then I bring it down to a minute. Oh, we can't get over 56 to save our ass here. Come on. 56, 58. Oh, a push. 59. Sweet. It hasn't shown up yet on the chart here, but she's going. Getting a caution flag. All right, I'm bailing. Dad's out. Fire in the hole. Okay, I'm out. Okay, last 30 seconds. So I got, 3 cents. But let's see where it closes. Let's see where it closes. Oh, slapped. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. But they pushed before the slap, so they got to keep a little green. Oh, damn, look at them go. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and hold. Oh my God, TARDIS. Within millimeters of TARDIS. Well done. Well done. So how many wins is that now, TARDIS? I could kind of feel that push, but I just couldn't stay in for it. I'm like, it's going to be a sell-off or a push. I'll get out here. Nice. First win? You won yesterday, didn't you? We didn't give that one to Cedra. No, it's closest to. It doesn't have to be on it. It's not Price is Right's rule here. It's closest to. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you won yesterday. Okay, second. All right, cool. So that's 2. So you got to win 2 more to finally channel challenge Zeus. All right. Well, not bad. That was at least a good ending. Happy ending. Let's just take a quick look at the overall day. Yeah, so crash, recovery, crown shape, higher lows, which stopped us from crashing. And then we tried to go for we did a timed buy and we tried to go. So I think Monday's going to be great with the Fast and the Furious numbers. But I think Friday, we are definitely in the larger picture. We look at the 1 month. We're doing a zigzag, right? But the zig and the zag are getting a little bit tighter. So if I do this, and I do this, right? So now we're starting to get tighter here and here. So it's tightening up. So we could go and take a push back up to here. So we end up completing like this. I think more likely we're going to go back down to here, bounce, and then we're going to wiggle, wiggle, and then break out, break down based on the larger pennant shape, right? Yeah, unless, what though, the Fast and the Furious would be here, right? So if we're in the, huge down tomorrow with a little bit of push near the end of the day, then if we start off from the middle, it shouldn't be too hard to get to 60. A $10 jump, not even $5 jump is easy for us, right? So that might cause a breakout, and then we go up into the 70 plus territory. Yeah. So anyways, either way, we're getting to a decision point, whichever way you slice it. You can't wiggle like this. If it gets negative, then this will be a crown shape. So again, these people here will have their money challenged, and they're going to end up bringing us down, which is when I wrote the original put. That's what I was expecting. I was expecting them to have their money challenged and finish here or here. So third time's the charm, right? Once again, I'm not wrong. My timing is just off. Or shouldn't say I'm always right, but I'm often not wrong. I just got bad timing in some cases. So that's what I'm expecting there, is the crown shape to finish. So we'll know that if it gets underneath 51, 52, that's when you want to be out. But until then, we might keep wiggling. So we'll see. Tomorrow's going to decide that, right? So if we get below 52, then buckle up for safety. And this too, it's unpaid for, and there's a gap in the middle here. So that's going to be fast falling. But yeah, and then once we get back to 40, we got a couple of supports, but then we also have, again, a fast drop right here. There's a little bit of support there, but you can go from 43 to 31 in the span of a day. Then you have 1, 2 supports, and then you're down to here, back to 14. So we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. I doubt it'll all play out on Friday, but that's our medium-term outlook in the negatives. In the positives, we're probably going to keep on this trend line. So let's just move this here. Oh my fucking God. Here. There we go. That's the same one. That's the same one. So this is the same one. So we would basically be looking at, if we broke out of this, we'd end up about half the size of the middle. So if we just take that as a measuring stick. Oh, come here. So we would end up, where I've been guessing, 74 or so. I was just eyeballing it. But yeah, that's probably where we'd end up on a breakout. So if we do have a really good Monday, and it punches us through, then we'll likely end up here in the 74 to 70 territory. Then we'll bounce, and then we'll have to figure out life. But at least we would stave off the crown shape. But if we get the negativity, the crown shape is going to bring us potentially down to 40. So one way or the other, we're going to move, which Cedra would probably tell you is a good time for a saddle bet in the options, where you can bet up and down. So as long as it doesn't go neutral, you make your money. Options. They're not just for eating. Anyways, because especially when we're getting to a point, it's got to go one way or the other, right? So anyways, that's all. That's your checkup. And I can read charts. Stocks are my thing, not options. I'll learn options slowly. $20,000 later. All right, you guys have a good night. I'm going to play some violent video games and relax. See ya.